right, we are live. Hello, everyone. All the lovely people. Hopefully everybody's having a grand day. Okay, be good. Be good everywhere. If I hit 2. Even be good intermission. We'll be good. Alright, all my peoples. Everybody's having a great day. We are getting started a little later than planned, unfortunately. Took a little nap. Trying to not be so dreary and tired on stream, but sometimes I just can't help it. That's the way medicine works. Knocks me out. Takes the pain away one to the other. Ugh. All right. So anyway, looks like we got a spineless GOP again this year. They are not making any moves. Not making any moves on X. Just letting the Dems run wild without any countering or contention. Oh, 3 PA bill. The Democrats won them all. Shapiro, you are not looking good. And yeah, they're just posting all this crap about it being a Republican shutdown, and you literally go on any one of these posts. You got jerk offs like that, and Dem is just posting left and right. And nobody countering them whatsoever. That's an elected official. It is ridiculous. Ridiculoso. Meanwhile,
enter every house. Every house. Don't worry about the Islamophobes. They can yap all they want. Their children will be Muslim. All those people of Taif, go to Taif today. Show me a kafir there. All Muslims. Read Tariq al-Thaqafi. Al-Thaqafi, this Qabila is from Taif. Great mujahideen, great ulama, they came from the children of those they used to throw those stones. So Islam will enter every house. What's the question?
No.
Are me and you going to be a part of it?
No,
Are we going to take that become that sabab, that means, so that
Islam wants to take over? The left will allow it. And then you have people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, these Dems and Rosen. This is a Republican shutdown. They're just letting the constituents do all the legwork and countering. None of them are on these posts. None of them are objecting to what their opponents are saying. Just sad. GOP's got all this in power left and right of the aisle, and they're not doing anything with it. They're too scared to do anything with it. And it's not like the Dems have any fear. They'll just go all out if they get power again next elections, next presidency. And then you got a socialist in power in the capital, the financial capital of the world, and of the United States. Just sad. Did he play this game? Try this.
I promised that I would play
Raiders.
Arc Raiders. It looks like Concord. I think that means it's going to be bad. You know what? Because it does kind of look. No, you're right. It does kind of look like Concord. That's a good point. I think it's a bad game.
Mm.
Every sound for years.
First all the oats.
Just whispers. Distant cracks of thunder.
Eventually I'll play that, I'm sure. Oh, are they going to attack Venezuela finally? Did Ford arrive there?
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. We have major breaking news. We have more bombers in the air racing around Venezuela, lingering off the coast. B-52 bombers, you heard that correctly, are once again in the air off the coast of Venezuela. And we even have a little bit of a twist with this situation, and that is what might kind of be a spy ship lingering in the region, pulling information, pulling data from the Venezuelan regime as we inch closer and closer and closer to direct military confrontation with the regime.
I just need to get
Nicolas
this over with.
Maduro.
I'm tired of the
filming this on
anticipation.
November 6th. All information is up to date as of November 6th. As I've said before, and I'll keep saying, we're in a very fluid situation. Things will change, and they could change rapidly. But as of the filming of this video on November 6th, it is the most up-to-date information. And you'll notice I'm rocking a new hat today. Let me know in the comments what you think about the hat, or if I should bring back the regular traditional American flag one. Before we get into it, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free, huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts about if we should strike Venezuela or not. Hit that bell, all notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then right here, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X, D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. DMs are wide open. Reach out for whatever you need. Now, let's get into it. The United States has flown multiple simulated bombing strikes against Venezuela. We first did it with B-52s a couple weeks back. Then there were 2 follow-up flights with B-1s. All the flights have been escorted with F-35 stealth fighters. On multiple occasions, the Venezuelans have attempted to scramble fighter jets long after the bombers left in an attempt to look strong for their people, in an attempt for the Maduro regime to project strength to the world. They send up their garbage fighter jets, but they don't do it until the bombers are long gone, because they know if they do it and the bombers are still there, the F-35s are going to put them in the water, splash them into the Caribbean, if you will. Well, the internet's buzzing about this right now. I'm going to throw this up on the screen. This is what you see here. What you see on the screen is Tito 42, the call sign of a Boeing B-52 Stratus Forces. Now, what's interesting about this is I'm going to zoom out here for you. What you're going to see here. So right now it is right off. There's 2 of them. You're looking at one of them right off the coast of Venezuela. But unlike the previous bombing missions or simulated bombing missions, they didn't have their transponders on the whole way down. In the other flights, they pretty much showed the world the whole way down. They were coming as a show of strength. These 2 bombers waited until they were right by Aruba and then flipped their transponders on, flew along the coast, flew a holding pattern, which you can see right here. This is the holding pattern right here. And then turn and is going back and forth miles off the coast of Venezuelan territory. It is unclear whether or not they have breached Venezuelan airspace. My guess would be probably not. but we don't know because they did flip their transponder off briefly during the flight around the Venezuelan coast. You could see the plane there. Let's zoom in if we can. So here are the two bombers. I'm going to zoom in for you. Right there. Tito 41, Tito 42. So those are the B-52s. They are flying right next to each other. They are at 23,000 feet, 460 miles per hour. They are racing and ripping around the coast of Venezuela. This is now the fourth simulated bombing attack or whatever, show of strength, whatever you want to call it, off the coast of Venezuela. And what's interesting is if we zoom out, Venezuela is pretty much the middle of the country has gone completely dark. You do have some planes, a lot of private jets are taking off, but otherwise air travel around the around Venezuela is extremely limited at the moment, likely due to, I'm going to just hit show only this, likely due to Tito 41 and Tito 42. Again, here you see they came by Aruba, past Curacao, went along the coast of Venezuela, turned their transponders off, turned them back on, flew a holding pattern, and are now flying back and forth up and down the coastline. This is a massive middle finger to the Maduro dictatorship. We're signaling to him we can fly bombers
Russia's trying to
right up to your country,
help,
right up to your coast,
quote unquote,
and there's nothing
you
you can do to stop us.
flying
There's
them with
nothing
rockets
you
and
can
stuff.
do to stop
Air
boys and the
defenses.
bombers from flying in wherever they
But
want,
yeah,
however they want, for as long as they
They're
want.
not giving them anything
But
better
that
than
is
what they
not all.
already have.
I'm going to put this up on the screen for you now. So what you are seeing here is a warship, a warship from the Netherlands, warship P843, which is a highly sophisticated vessel that is stationed in Curacao, or Curacao, however you pronounce it, in Williamstead, Curacao, and it is equipped with highly advanced radar, highly advanced sensors, and what you see here is those sensors are well within range to spy on Venezuela. I'll zoom out a little bit for you here. So that red dot right there, that is the Danish or from the Netherlands patrol ship off the coast of Venezuela.
Look at all those vessels.
It is, of course, almost certainly giving information to the United States. It is gathering. Now, what you see there at the top of the ship, I'm going to put this on the screen here. So this is the ship, the HNLMS Groningen P843. The HLMS Groningen is a Holland-class offshore patrol vessel operated by the Royal Netherlands Navy. The vessel was built by the Romanian shipyards Galante by the Dutch firm Damon Group. So I'm going to pull up a picture. Pay attention here. Look at the top. I'm going to zoom in here. Okay, what we're looking at here, this is important, is a highly sophisticated and highly advanced radar and sensory system. So hold on one second. I got to see if I can get out of this. All right, so we're going to scroll down here, and what you see here is it has the Thales Integrated Mast Seamaster 400 Smile non-rotating air warning radar, Sea Watcher 100 activated phased array surface detection and tracking radar, and Gatekeeper electro-optical 360-degree surveillance system. So this is Miles. This ship, I'll put it back on the screen for you here, which is operated, which is part of the Netherlands, but of course, a close ally, a very close ally of the United States, is in Curacao, essentially is a hybrid patrol spy vessel, soaking up as much information as it can off the coast of Venezuela. You can bet the bank that that information is then being transmitted to the United States of America, where we are then analyzing it and deciding what we want to do with it. All right, so real quick, the bombers, I'm going to put this back on the screen. It appears the bombers are now heading closer to Curacao and Aruba. They are in tight coordination. You know as well as I do, they are flanked by F-35 fighter jets. They are flanked by massive amounts of firepower, and we are going to yet again continue to prove to the Venezuelan government.
All
the
they need is the go
dictatorship of
code.
Nicolas Maduro. We mean business. The bombers are in the air. This is the fourth time, like I said. We are rocking and rolling. And for those of you who don't know about the B-52, let me go ahead and pull this up on the screen for you. Should have done this earlier, but I'll do it now. So this is the B-52. This is one of the most powerful bombers. It's not a stealth bomber, but it can carry, I believe, up to 70,000 pounds of ordnances. So these are the old school ones. So these are some looks. So there you go. There's the bomb bay. Those are nukes, actually. Those are B-28 nukes and an AGM-69. More weapons, engines. This is a photo of a B-52 dropping bombs on Vietnam. This is a modern look at a B-52 in Guam. So they are massive, massive, massive aircraft. That's a great look at one of them.
They are huge.
So I'm just so this is a phenomenal picture. So this loadout here, look at the amount of weapons that the B-52 can carry on it when it is armed to the teeth. Now, I will also put this up on the screen for you all because this is interesting. There was a briefing in Congress with senior Trump administration officials saying Trump admin tells Congress it currently lacks legal justification to strike Venezuela. Keep in mind, there's a lot of games being played, so we got to take everything we hear. I don't want to say we're the grain of salt, but just always be skeptical, always be thinking. It says Trump administration officials told lawmakers on Wednesday that the U.S. is not currently planning to launch strikes inside Venezuela. I don't believe that for a second, obviously, and doesn't have legal justification that would support attacks against any land targets right now, according to a source familiar with the briefing conducted by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and an official
I
from the
think
White
we
House
got
legal
plenty
counsel.
on them.
Lawmakers were told during the classified session that the opinion produced by the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel to justify strikes against suspected drug boats last month does not permit strikes inside Venezuela itself or any other territories for said. But if we scroll down here, it says officials did not rule out any potential future actions, one of the sources said. And then right here, I'm going to highlight this. The Trump administration is seeking a separate legal opinion from the Justice Department that would provide justification for launching strikes against land targets without needing to ask Congress to authorize military force, though no decisions have been made yet to move forward with an attack in the country. It says what is true one day may very well not be true the next, said the U.S. official when discussing the current state of the policy. So right now, the Trump administration is getting legal authorization, which apparently they have not obtained yet, to bomb the hell out of Venezuela. They want to go in there. They want to rock and roll. They want to come in and crush these dudes. And by all accounts, it looks like that is exactly what they intend to do, but they have not gotten legal justification yet. So we've got more bombers in the air. We've got a spy ship in play. And actually, let me see if I actually still have this because I want to talk about this. Let me see if I got it real quick. Let me see if I have it. Where is it?
I hope they go
right here.
soon.
Okay, so I'm going to add this to the stage. So this was yesterday. Again, I'm filming this on November 6th. This was November 5th. This was a Dornier C-146 military aircraft. It belongs to Air Force Special Operations. It is used to fly black operations members into hostile territories, short landing strips, austere environments. And it went to Colombia yesterday. It was at like 24,000 feet, dropped real fast, then took off and flew out of the country. And we have seen multiple planes of this nature travel that area from Puerto Rico down there. So why did it drop so fast? Is it possible guys were parachuting out? Is it possible they were dropping supplies off? I do not know. We do not know the answer. Similar to we didn't know for a long time what the secret Russian planes were bringing into Venezuela. Then we later found out it was air defense systems and other weapons. We now have secret Air Force planes that are flying into South America pretty much around the clock, one after another. This plane can fit about 24 operators on it, is my understanding. So they could be dropping off a couple dozen tier 1 operators at any time. At the same time, our ghost ship, the MV Ocean Trader, is set to sea. We do not know where that is. It has gone completely dark. It is in hiding, essentially, and it is loaded with up to 160 tier 1 operators. So we are moving black operations people all over the region. And that's why when they say, oh, we might not strike, BS. I'm calling BS on that. They are going to rock and roll against Maduro. There's no doubt about it. It's not if, it's when. But I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments. What do you think about bombers in the air yet again? More bombers in the air, escorted by stealth fighters, ready to shoot down any Venezuelan jet that gets in the air. Let me know in the comments below. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge, huge, huge boost to the channel. Hit that bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a single thing. And then right here, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X, D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with any tips you got. I'll see you all next time.
I think we need to start taking action here sooner than later in Venezuela, unfortunately, before Russia starts stocking them up too well or can even get these ICBMs in place in the country. Hmm. Well, refresh this, see if anything new comes up. Come on, tab. X. Might as well share this one too. Right. 545 from Tusi. Oh, they're clashing.
Many of you sweet little Clattaronis have been waiting for me to chime in on Mamdouki winning the election. It actually happened.
Mamdouki.
Congratulations. Or shall I say, ahla wa sahla. Ahla wa sahla to New York City, to the Medinat New York, my friends. York Jdida. It's going to be a great caliphate. I'm so excited for the Islamic Caliphate of New York City, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
So me and my
sad.
disappearing microphone are going to take you guys on a wild adventure today of exploring New York City and so many other topics.
Yeah,
on
why
the
does his
retarded
microphone
pro-Palestine
disappear
meme
like that?
show. It's like PewDiePie's show, but more political. I am your host, the sweet Zionist prince, Tall the Traveling Clad. If you want to be a sweet Zionist prince or princess just like me, because I'm a beautiful princess, you can get the shirt down below in the description at thetravelingclad.com. And shall we just lose some brain cells together? What do you guys think? I think we should. That's what we do in the show. We lose brain cells.
Not too many.
Islamic preacher jihadi knock out a gay guy, just a guy in NYC. Let's see this.
Well, we're just teaching people about God. Hey, you think it's a shaitan or what? I think it's a shaitan. Are you a shaitan? Ooh, he looked at me when I said shaitan, huh? You know what shaitan is? You know what shaitan is? There you go. What's up? You want it? Give it back to car. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the heck? You're trying to disrespect the brand, bro. Hey, you didn't catch my camera. Hold it back. We're here to teach people about God, bro. We're not here to fuck around. You know what I'm saying? Well, if he wants to mess around, bro, we can mess around too. We can switch sides if we need to, bro. But we're trying to teach people about God, bro. I know. That's what I'm saying. He's a shaitan, bro. I feel like he's a shaitan. Hi there, how you doing, sir?
Who's taking
We're
a
just teaching
nap?
people about God.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what you get in New York City. I mean, this is what you just voted this in, by the way.
Yep.
This right here, you know how many videos I've seen like this from Sudan, from Syria, from Israel on October 7th? This is what they do. They physically damage you, and then many other people will be looking around at you, unwilling to touch you.
Mhm.
That's the future of New York City now. Great job. I hope you guys are proud. I hope you feel accomplished. I
Yeah.
hope you feel satiated with your craving for radical Islam. And what can I say? It's just the beginning. Welcome to the new age. Ahla wa sahla, habibi. Habib albi. Ahla wa sahla. It's going to be so much fun here for you. All right, let's go again. Next clip.
Girls, I'm sorry, did you speak Hebrew right now? I thought I heard Hebrew. Are you Zionist?
What?
Zionist?
We're from... No.
סתם, אני צוחק איתכם. Girls, I'm sorry.
Oh, poor girls. That's not right. That's not happy. That's not good at all. If you guys didn't understand, this Israeli guy, he noticed these girls speaking in Hebrew, and he asked them if they were Zionists. I don't really think we should be uploading stupid shit like that, honestly. It's not a really good thing to...
Not a good look.
That's not a good thing
Give
to
people
upload,
some
my opinion.
ideas.
But, you know, Israelis, being the monkey people that we are... Hi, Israeli here. I acknowledge I'm a monkey person. The rest of my country is also made up of monkey people. Hooga booga. Stop representing yourself. Oops, sorry. I have braces, okay? I don't have a thing. I told you guys already. Sometimes when I speak, I spit because I have braces. Okay? I'm sorry. It's Invisalign. We need to stop representing ourselves in Israel as this like technologically advanced non-monkey country. We're hooga booga as it comes. Okay, we need to start acting like hooga boogas. That's my opinion. That's all I wanted to say. I don't even remember what context it had to the video. I just woke up. All right, video. Nick America First Fuentes does not like America. Let's see what Destiny has to say.
You acknowledge that your point of view is fundamentally anti-American. From the founding fathers, the framers,
100%. Americanism is a heresy in the Catholic Church. You know that if you anything. But
okay,
you get
so
all
then why
information
the
media
in this
articles.
country? Why not go live in Rome or go live in the Catholic Vatican or go live in prehistoric wherever the in the United States and try to change us into some theocratic regime when that's not fundamentally what the country is about? You acknowledge.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Destiny either. I think he's fucking.
I don't like
retarded,
Destiny.
but,
I really do not like Nick Fuentes.
He's not an American, okay? Allegedly, I'm just gonna say everything allegedly. Just keep in mind, he is a gay Mexican. Remember this and let him know, ladies and gentlemen. Let him know his American first bullshit is fake. We know who he is. We know where the Fuentes names come from. We know he's a Latino. He is not American. He's not white. He doesn't represent white people. He doesn't represent Republicans. He doesn't represent conservatives. He is a gay Mexican. I will say this ad nauseum until the world understands. He has co-opted the right. He has co-opted the conservative movement. He does not. There is nothing American about Nick Fuentes. He is a gay Mayan Inca Mexican. All right. He used to child sacrifice in Mexico, allegedly. That's what his ancestors were up to.
But
He
he's
is
still
not
down for it.
American first. He is not Christian. He's not a real Christian. He
No,
doesn't
he's
have
definitely
American
not.
values. He's lying to you because he's possessed by a demon like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, allegedly. And on top of all that, he is gay and a Mexican. And I'm not saying Mexican or gay as a slur. Those of you guys who know me, you know I love gay people. I have no problem with gay people. You know I like Mexicans. I lived in Mexico. I love that country dearly. But he is a gay Mexican, and there's nothing American about him. The faster you come to terms with that, the better for all of us. You need to understand that deep down inside. All right, let's see this next clip.
The presence of evil is kickstarting people to wonder about the good.
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to you?
Oh, yeah. I had a direct experience with it.
In the milieu of journalism or just?
Nope, in my bed at night, and I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and mauled.
Wasn't, one of the dogs that mauled him.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left.
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my...
So it left physical marks?
Oh, they're still there. Yeah. A year and a half ago.
Was your wife terrified? I know you were.
I wasn't. I was totally confused. I woke up and I couldn't breathe, and I thought I was going to suffocate, and I walked around outside, and then I walked in, and my wife and dogs had not woken up, and they're very light sleepers. And then I had these terrible pains on my rib cage and on my shoulder, and I was just in my boxer shorts, and I went and flipped on the light in the bathroom, and I had 4 claw marks on either side underneath my arms and on my left shoulder, and they're bleeding.
Wait, they were bleeding?
They're bleeding, yeah. No, they're actual claw marks. And I sleep on my side, so I wasn't clawing myself. I don't have long nails. And they didn't fit my hands anyway. But yeah, that happened. So I'm not from a world where things like that happen. I never heard of anything like that happening before. I had no idea what that was. I knew it was spiritual immediately.
You did? Okay, that was going to be my question.
Yeah.
I believe in the paranormal and all that, but he still hasn't shown proof. And he sleeps in a bed with 4 dogs and got claw marks on him. My dog jumps up on me and I get claw marks on her. Fucker's one whacked out dude. Seriously, is lately. Used to have utter respect for the man, but now, nah.
Here's what
He's gone too wild.
I
He can't even handle it.
Here's what I want to say, okay? If you guys ever catch me, okay? Oh my God. We've created a covenant here, you and me. This channel's, we're going places. We're hopefully gonna get to that 1 million subscriber count. The goal is to keep blowing, make myself the biggest personality on Israel, on Mizrahi Jews out there in the world. We got something good going here, fam. Really. But if I if y'all ever catch me slipping up like that, saying a demon done scratch my backside in the middle of the night with my wife and 4 dogs, I give you right now, and download this video and clip me, all right, and make fun of me. I give you permission to turn me into a meme. Don't take me seriously. Make fun of me. If I at any point come to you and start telling you a demon claw fucked me in the middle of shit, I said claw fucked me. Well, there goes the monetization on this video. For fuck's sake. I can't believe that the right in America, the Christian right, and I know it's not all Christians. All right, fuck off. I know it's not all of you. I know the good ones of you. I know the real Christians are here, but let's be honest. There's a lot of fucking fake Christians out there now, apparently.
Yeah, there are.
These woke right Christians in America are choosing A former Fox News host that's been fucking claw fucked by a demon in the middle of the night. An autistic black girl who thinks the world is flat and that dinosaurs are fake.
Yeah.
And a fucking gay Mexican to represent the right. I mean, if you guys want to live up the American dream of diversity, you just DEI'd the right. We just DEI'd the right. We have a gay Mexican, an autistic
The right
black
is
girl,
guilty
and a
of
fucking
DEI crap.
former Fox News host that's been
It
finger
is
fucked
totally
by
guilty of the DEI crap.
Claw fucked by a demon. Now, you know, this whole time, every time I've had to react to one of Ami Kozak's videos, I never understood what he was talking about being molested by a demon. Now I know what he's talking about. I never saw this clip. I didn't know what this was in reference to.
This has been out there for a while. That's what
happened.
Really reacted anyway.
Oh yeah,
I've seen this one multiple times.
Experience with it. In the milieu.
My thing is, he doesn't show anybody. He's saying he still got the marks a year later, a year and a half later, 2 years later now.
Physically mauled.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left.
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my.
So he left
the
mark.
predator.
They're still there. Yeah. A year and a half ago.
Was your wife terrified? I know you were.
I wasn't. I was totally confused. I woke up and couldn't breathe, and I thought I was going to suffocate. And I walked around outside, and then I walked in, and my wife and dogs had not woken up, and they're very light sleepers. And then I had these terrible pains on my rib cage and on my shoulder, and I was just in my boxer shorts, and I went and flipped on the light in the bathroom, and I had 4 claw marks on either side underneath my arms and on my left shoulder, and they're bleeding.
Wait, they were bleeding?
They're bleeding, yeah. No, they're actual claw marks. And I sleep on my side, so I wasn't clawing myself. I don't have long nails.
Oh my god, man.
People are wild.
I love my job, man. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for making this my job. Honest to God, man, I'm so grateful to all of you, really. The fact that this is what I get to do for work. God, I'm so grateful to you. I really am. I'm really so grateful to you. Thank you guys. It's really an honor to be able to sit here and laugh at this fucking retard with you. It really is a fucking honor of mine. I swear. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you for supporting. Buy merch so we can keep this shit going. Be a sweet Zionist prince or princess just like me. Man, I'm just tearing up. This layer of Tucker Carlson's demon scratching fuckery is just, it's next level, and it's added so much joy to my life. I'm excited. Like, I'm excited that now I like that I can represent the woke right as what it is now, which is an autistic black girl, a finger fucked, finger scratched, finger fucked. Is that what I said?
Yeah, they're just conspiracy theories.
A claw fucked demon
between white supremacists and conspiracy theories.
Right.
Hello.
Mamdani vows to expand NYC underground.
Sure, maybe.
We're cooked, man. We're really fucking cooked, baby.
Here.
This is fucked up. Okay, here we go. This is gonna get bad. Let's see. Liberal New York City women celebrate Zohran Mamdani's win. POV, you wanted to move to a Muslim country, but your city became one. Sharia law starts now. Mamdani, Islamic Caliphate, our brother in Islam. So satisfying knowing about my MAGA parents, wherever they are probably having a horrible night tonight. When the day starts with Dick Cheney being dead, it ends with Mamdani winning. Yes.
I see ya. I gotcha.
The name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. The name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I.
crazies.
So electric, so
That's
satisfying
crazy.
about knowing that my MAGA parents, wherever they are probably having a horrible night tonight. Oh, I literally just got goosebumps thinking about it. Like they are in such a bad mood probably about the fact that Zoran just won and Prop 50 is gonna pass. Like, wow. God, I'm sorry. It just makes me feel
We
good
all
that my
kind of
MAGA
figured that
parents
Zoran
are
was going to win. It was just by how much.
When the day starts with Dick
I was
Cheney
actually
wins
surprised he
and
got
it
over
ends with
50% of the
Mamdani
vote.
winning. Oh, yes.
But you know, most of New York didn't even get out and vote. It was a million people.
Oh my God, I'm so
Just crazy.
The fuck, man? What the fuck is going on in America?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
don't
at a loss
know.
for words. Honest to God. All right, and here we got the main retard himself, the Turkish retard.
Done.
What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist and anti-communism didn't work to stop him? That's big.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart
Hassanabi, the dog shocker.
This is the country that defeated the USSR.
If he could get a title.
And the reality of the matter is, there's a lot of antagonism. There's no class consciousness in the United States of America. It's one of the things that I try to address every day with my commentary. And I will say this. The conditions have deteriorated so much that everyday Americans, in spite of their lack of class consciousness, are finally arriving at the conclusion that perhaps there is an alternative out there. There is an alternative that focuses on them as opposed to the interests of the billionaires and the millionaires, as opposed to the interests of the capital owners. And I mean, you can't help but notice that. You can't help but feel at least a little bit of excitement around that.
And also the significance.
Done.
What do you think it means that this guy ran as a...
He unfortunately, America defeated the USSR. This guy.
Yeah, that guy.
This guy. Deport him.
Yeah, he's an anchor baby.
He is a Turkish foreigner in your country. Okay? He has invaded your country. He is a jihadist dog abuser that shocks dogs. Deport him. Deport Hassan Piker allegedly. God protect my ass in the legal battles, ladies and gentlemen. Allegedly deport him. What purpose does Hassan Piker serve to the American public? Let him do his propaganda from Turkey. Let him do it there, not in America. Deport him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me on this journey of collective retardation that we have all acquired today. I appreciate you all, and I will see you in the next one. Buy some merch, support the channel. I love you long time. Goodbye, class.
Have you struggled with repping your Zionism in style? Well, boy, do I have a solution for you.
Head to thetravelingflat.com and become a sweet
Thank you,
Zionist
Cal.
prince or
Oh, let's see what's happening in the UK. You know, crazy.
Say, come. Allahu Akbar. Basically, come at me. It's very brave, isn't he? Oh, so tough. Crazy. Now I'm going to show you what the Villa fans were doing. This. What a day. Okay, can I just repeat that the whole point of MPs forcing the authorities to ban the Israeli football fans was because apparently the Israelis were going to be the hooligans, right? They were going to cause trouble. It was in fact, and basically Islamists and pro-Palestinians were pretending, saying, we're actually on the side of Aston Villa, the lovely Aston Villa supporters. You know, we're all together. This is our community in Birmingham. Oh, do you want me to show you what Villa fans were doing tonight to stand up to the Islamists? Oh yeah, they were chanting, oh, Tommy Robinson. It's good though, isn't it? Anyway, that whole thing, when the Villa fans from behind the fence, basically in the actual area of the stadium, were standing up and shouting back, that also provoked the Islamists to then start throwing bottles and everything else. And then they tried to storm the line, as we saw earlier. Again, as I said, the moments of the clashes were obviously short space of time, because the police, they did bring in, over 700 extra police officers, which, by the way, I expected them to bring in more police officers, but it kind of worked. Apart from the fact that obviously a couple of our friends have been arrested, and I was almost arrested, but I did comply, so I didn't, because I wanted to actually do the coverage. I could have actually stood up against the police when they were removing me. I'm going to show you that video. I'm going to explain the context of what happened there. But the Aston Villa fans were obviously facing off the Narnia people, the pro-Palestinians, and this is the next clip.
The Narnia. In time for prayer for these Muslims.
They weren't expecting that, I guess. They thought that, yeah, we've been defending the Aston Villa supporters against the evil Israeli football hooligans. Surely the Aston Villa supporters are going to be on the side of Palestine. Uh-oh, that backfired massively. The Villa fans were chanting Tommy Robinson. Anyway, let's go to the situation with young Bob of Turning Point. Section 35 dispersal order that basically was issued to ban him from most of Birmingham, basically. Young Bob was banned from Birmingham, and including his own hotel. Then he still went. He said, well, I've got to do my job anyway. And he had a debate, and then he was arrested. He's still in custody. Things kicked off. This is the moment.
I do, my friend.
Thanks to Vox Populi, by the way. Populi.
Dispersal order being put in place against yourself, okay? So you say Section 35 dispersal order has been authorised by Superintendent 7915 Hadley. The authority starts at 0900 hours this morning. Guys, can I just ask you just to step on the footpath? Sorry, so what has he prescribed as the people who have been sectioned as? Say again, sorry. So who are the people that have been given a section? It's not against a group of people. It's being issued against people who we suspect are breaching the peace.
Him.
I dispute that. Because he invited... You dispute it, however the hold on. Put in place, and the conditions under a breach of this... Okay. Yeah, you can read Yeah, I can read it. So you tried to say that I am breaching the peace. However, you got me out of that. We're doing everything we can to prevent a breach of the peace. Now, I'm happy... Hence you're being... I am happy to stand here to film. However, I'm not happy to move an astronomical far away. And that's probably even counting where my hotel is, so I'm not doing it. How far is that? Well, there's a map there for you. Is that where it is? Yeah. Yeah, I have a hotel there.
Under what grounds have you issued? Were we trying to issue him this with?
So embarrassing.
You're trying to offer him a Section 35 dispersal, yeah?
Not on this side of the road. However, you need to identify what is the parameters of breaching the peace. No, you haven't. You haven't, and I've done that. It's somebody.
Yeah, they're targeting this young kid for some reason, and I don't get it.
And every time you go back in there, okay, an argument breaks out, and you're at the centre. Have I started these arguments? Have I even spoken to the people that have these arguments? You're interviewing someone and an argument breaks out. No, I haven't even been interviewing people. I interviewed one person. One person, and you've correctly identified the format as an interview. Well, I've been there on 2 separate instances. Okay, the first occasion was a man who came up to you and said, I don't like him because he does Speaker's Corner videos. The second gentleman assaulted me for no reason as I tried to ask him a question. The third time that you're now using... No, I am not. Okay, all right. We're just... I'll take it. I'll take the arrest, and this will be laughable.
Of course.
Yeah. Young Bob's got it.
Yeah.
So bad.
I'll laugh at it. We'll take it. We'll take it. We're going to take the arrest. We'll take the arrest.
And him man wanted to talk to a Christian. That's what his mum said. Take Bob and you take him.
Listen, this is the Islamification of the UK. A sheikh trying to speak to me is an arrestable offence.
Sadly.
This is the demonstration
He's only 17, by the way.
of West Midlands police inability to police.
He's only 17.
We'll take the arrest, gentlemen.
Bob, we'll see you Sunday. See you Sunday, Bob.
Free Bob. It went full Braveheart. Anyway, so that aside, we had the situation where at the beginning of the whole thing, when I started my own live report, I was just talking to, well, I didn't even approach anybody. The plan was, and obviously Danielle Tusi, my wife and COO of Tusi TV, was actually there to ensure. She was like, you are not dying before us having a baby. She was making sure I don't really go into to cause trouble accidentally. So I said, okay, fine. We had security. I was like, I'm just going to go around from the police side. Just going to film. It took about 7 seconds. One of the organizers with a massive beard came to have a debate. We disagreed.
Yep, was already willing to debate with him.
He kept saying I'm gaslighting for some reason.
Yeah, I do know for that. And I kind of just switched off. I was hoping he would be able to
gathered around and
go around and interview, but then you got the mobs coming.
Couldn't really see the rest of it because it was all around us. The police took their time. Then eventually the police came because they complained that, for example, my presence, just like Young Bob, is intimidating, right? So I was breaching the peace as well. And then they took me away. I'm going to show you that moment, the moment of insanity. Let's go to that, and then I'm going to explain what happened.
I'm going to ask you to go on the grass here, yes? Okay.
Yeah. This is where I was like, are you going to arrest them? Are you going to take them away? Like, no. And it's taking me to a dangerous place. And just keep watching. And they kept threatening, if you go back, you'll be arrested. I was like, fine, okay, we'll go the other side. But I didn't want to stay where he's taking me. So he's taking me, and also he's grabbing me. He's like, again, in a second, you're going to see again.
I didn't want to have a conversation.
Yeah, he's grabbing me again.
Yeah, I didn't want to have a conversation. I would...
And then, look at this area. Okay, you can't see behind us, behind the camera, there were 3 or 4 of them still following us, right? They're Islamists. I think if the camera turns around, we might be able to see. The rest of them were there, okay? Then they kept me there in the dark, in that park area, and they said, well, you have to stay here. It's like, hang on, so you're going to leave, you're going to go back to the stadium. It's like, yeah, you're going to stay here. And if you want to talk to someone, anybody, stay here. And then there were the 3 or 4 masked up Islamists who were following us. They were there. I was like, so, hang on, you're going to keep me in this dark park green area with no lighting and with these guys, and that's now safe for whom exactly? So at the end I said, well, I don't care, I'm going to go across the road. So I didn't stay there. I was like, I'm going to continue my work, and yeah, luckily I didn't get arrested. But the whole thing's completely insane. They didn't even say. Sometimes they say we're doing this for your own safety, right? Sometimes they do that. Sometimes they say Young Bob or Maya 2C or whoever, we're basically going to arrest you or kind of remove you for your own safety. This time it wasn't even that. They were just saying, well, you are breaching the peace, and basically they didn't want to offend the other side. Because if the other side kick off, then the police will get into trouble. Basically, the police officers will be blamed, saying, you should have prevented that. No. The police should stop doing prevention. Your job is to enforce the law. If somebody's breaking it, you go and arrest them. Stop trying to predict the future. This is not Minority Report. It's embarrassing. Anyway, so all this crazy stuff. I'm trying to find out how young Bob is doing. I'll keep you guys posted on that. Oh, I have an update on Emily Schrader and Yusuf Haddad and Nia Korbani. In case you don't know, how do I find this? Hang on. I'm going to show you this insane situation that they dealt with. So they decided to sneak into the stadium. Yusuf Haddad, who's a massive Maccabi supporter from Tel Aviv, and of course Emily is from Tel Aviv, and the Israelis were banned, right? They still decided to sneak into the stadium, and they successfully managed to infiltrate. And what they did, because they couldn't take an Israeli flag or anything like that, so what they ended up doing was they had T-shirts on underneath that said Zionists. I'm going to show you one of them. And then in the middle of the match, they basically exposed themselves, saying, here we go. So let me just show you on the screen. So Yusuf was wearing his F Hamas T-shirt. There you go. So they decided to do this, right? So that's Yusuf with his F Hamas, and Emily has a Zionist T-shirt. The police, I'm gonna actually read what they said. what they told us exactly what happened. The police interrogated them. 20 police officers and security in the stadium approached them. They were going to be kicking them out, arrest them. Guess what happened? Aston Villa fans who were sitting there, they defended them. And they managed to stay because the police were saying, the control room is asking, we had a complaint. So basically, this happened in the stadium, and the stunt worked, which was kind of funny. Anyway, thank you for updating us on the Islamists. Thank you so much. And Kendra says, any news on Bob?
You're going to be reading that. Yeah, well, keep an ear out, see how young Bob's doing. They probably just released him as soon as they got to the police station. You know they are. I don't know if I'd call
Hey
it
guys,
betrayal,
welcome to
though.
the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left.
When
And of
Democrats
course,
check
here's
their
your meme of the
temperature,
day
still
brought to you by
stupid.
5mind.com. All right, so we got a SCOTUS
Yeah, and when the
bombshell
GOP
here,
checks
and I gotta
theirs,
tell you,
it
this
says
is a gut
jellyfish.
check moment based on the reporting we're seeing and how oral arguments are going on the issue of presidential emergency tariff power. It looks like this might not be the slam dunk case that you might have initially expected, and that obviously I don't think is a good thing. That's potentially
No.
sending the message here that America might be going right back to outsourcing as usual, a possible massive loss for the American worker, for the American working class. And now, of course, I'm not here to push doom and gloom, to pretend like this is a guaranteed defeat, but after today's oral arguments, you can certainly feel it. Some of the justices seem to be skeptical, and well, now might be time to start preparing for the worst. Obviously, these tariffs have been the most powerful executive tool in the toolbox
They
in
have
President
been.
Trump's
They
mandate and
always
his
will
agenda
be.
to reshore American industry and jobs. And well, if he loses that leverage, well, the president's going to have to come up with something and something quick. Let me update you guys on exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so exactly like I said in the intro, I got to level with you. A while back, if you asked me how this would go, I'd tell you I'd think it was a slam dunk case. And I'm not here to say that SCOTUS is absolutely going to rule against the president, but it's not exactly a totally favorable environment. Take a look at how oral arguments are going.
Through those words, I think you're saying that no, the president doesn't have inherent authority over tariffs in peacetime.
Absolutely. That is,
Okay.
we do not assert that. We say that Congress can delegate that to him, and when Congress does so, as it does when it uses the phrase regulate importation.
I follow
I agree.
all of that. Okay. You emphasize that Congress can always take back its powers. You mentioned that a couple of times. But don't we
No.
have a serious retrieval problem here? Because once Congress delegates by a bare majority, and the president signs it, and of course every president will sign a law that gives him more authority, Congress can't take that back without a supermajority. Even then, it's going to be veto-proof. What president's ever going to give that power back? Pretty rare president. How should that inform our view of delegations and major questions?
I would look at the balance that Congress struck, because what Congress did initially, it had a two-house legislative veto
And
was
we
held
struck that
unconstitutional in
down.
Shada,
Yeah.
and then Congress went back to the statute and amended it.
Yeah.
It took out the legislative veto and left in the joint resolution, but still left the president with all those powers.
That's what Congress did?
Yes.
Fair enough. As a practical matter, in the real world, it can never get that power back.
I disagree, because in January 2023, Congress voted to terminate one of the biggest IEPA emergencies ever, the COVID emergency, and the president went along with that. So what the statute reflects is there's going to
If
be the
the
ability
president
for
goes
a
along
sort
with
of
that.
political consensus against a declared emergency.
What happens when the
unless
president
that's the political
simply
discipline.
vetoes legislation to try to take these powers back?
Well, he has the authority to veto legislation to terminate a national emergency, for example. I mean, he retains the powers in the background because IEPA is still on the books. But if he declares an emergency and Congress doesn't like it and passes a joint resolution, yes, he can absolutely veto that.
Yeah,
Congress was
so Congress, as a practical matter, can't get this power back once it's handed it over to the president. It's a one-way ratchet toward the gradual but continual accretion of power in the executive branch and away from the people's elected representative.
And so I think the dissent mostly comes from the idea of separation of powers. That one specific line, I think, really highlights the potential issue here. Quote, Congress, as a practical matter, can't get this power back once it's handed over. The president is a one-way ratchet. It seems like the justices in this case are fishing for a limiting principle here. There also seems to be a little bit of a hole in the argument. There also seems to be some skepticism in the idea of reciprocal tariffs, whether that's tied to national defense. The question arose from Amy Coney Barrett, well, if that's the case, why did Spain and France get swept in? And then I guess the argument that you would make is, while they may not have particular tariffs on American goods, European Union trade barriers that essentially act as tariffs on American goods. But, you know, usually in these court cases, you don't see this kind of dissent on a lot of the issues of constitutionality that the president has argued. They've been overwhelmingly on the right side of the law, but on the issue of tariffs, I'm not saying they're on the wrong side of the law, but what I'm saying is there's obviously some points of contention, and whether or not the justices are going to be convinced, well, it's hard to say. And also, I think I should mention how, you know, just yesterday we were talking about Nancy Pelosi's claim where she says the Supreme Court is a rogue court that simply does the president's bidding. Well, if that were true, I think today's oral arguments probably wouldn't look like this. You have 3 conservative justices all asking some pretty pressing questions here. None of this is just simply rubber stamping the president's mandate behavior. You know, Donald Trump did in fact nominate some very qualified people. They're impartial and they are strictly analyzing the constitutionality and the actual legal arguments behind these emergency tariff powers that the president is using. And so this is not going to be a cakewalk. And so that's where things, I think, get a little bit dicey. That's where things get a little bit concerning, because if that power goes down, you're essentially stripping President Trump's most powerful tool, as I suggested earlier. And the worst part about that is that you're then in Congress's hands. We already know how Congress feels about tariffs. They just symbolically passed a vote in the Senate, which of course won't pass the House and could be vetoed by the president, but they just passed a bill striking down some of President Trump's tariffs. I believe on Brazil and Canada, maybe some other countries. We know the libertarian view that's coming from Rand Paul. We know Mitch McConnell's a neocon sack of potatoes. And that's really the most unfortunate part, because if President Trump loses this tariff power, well, then the country's fate on this issue, the working class's interest, goes into the hands of Congress. And please spare me with any fantasy suggesting that Congress will fix it. Congress will battle on behalf of the working
Congress
class.
is too
Give me a
spineless.
freaking break. They might hold a hearing.
They don't want to overstep one way or the other. The Democrats are fine with overstepping.
And so if the president loses this battle, it's right
they have a
back to the
cult
status
following.
quo
They
of
know
old,
that.
right back to
The
cheap
Republicans,
profits
they're
now,
just
and
like,
total middle class
they
collapse
have no
later,
spine
right back to
whatsoever
Wall
making a
Street's
decision.
interest over Main Street. I'm sure if SCOTUS strikes down these tariffs, you know, Wall Street's going to be cheering. Markets are going to roar. If you hold stocks, you're going to be a happy person in a certain way. If you got a massive stock portfolio, you'll probably go out for a steak dinner. But what about everybody else? What about the forgotten people? Those who have lived through plant closures. They've seen the wage pressure. They've seen the cheapening of everything. No more built in America. No, just finding productivity and profit efficiencies. Cheap Chinese crap everywhere you can see. Less good paying jobs for Americans and more of this. I mean, this right here has to be the most dystopian crap I've ever seen. Some restaurants in New York City are hiring Filipino Zoom cashiers working remotely for $3.75 per hour. You walk into a restaurant and there's a Filipino person on a computer screen taking your order instead of Americans working there. Or this video that I'm sure you guys have seen, a Miami hotel that fired all their US workers and now outsources all the front desk work to Indian remote workers who are again on a screen.
Okay.
You need 1 room key or 2 room key?
2, just in case I lose one.
Yes, I'll just make this for you. Just help me with your signature, what it says guest signature. Let me just process your room registration form.
Please wait while we process your registration form.
Well, this will be the future. The forgotten working class, probably bigger government, more government dependence, and outsourced everything. A continuation of the Bill Clinton status quo. You know, you might get a cheap temporary high. Ooh, stock market go up. But what about your fellow Americans? Now, again, it sounds like I'm dooming again, but I'm just, you know, warning of what could potentially come if we listen to Pam Bondi. If we listen to the Trump administration, they still remain confident that they're going to win this thing.
The president has the authority to do this under his executive authority. John Sauer is my Solicitor General. He is more than prepared. We feel very confident. And this is the most important case in front of the Supreme Court. John Sauer will do a great job. Not only is this about national security, but also our economic security around the world. President Trump just secured one of the greatest trade deals in the history of our country with Asia and other countries. And he has to be able to do that to protect America. And he firmly has the right to do that under the law.
And sure, confidence is good, but confidence is not a guarantee, and this thing is not a
You gotta have
guarantee. So it's
receipts.
time to start strategizing and strategizing quick, because if this gets punted to Congress, they are going to completely dismantle the tariff regime. They'll tell you it's for the economy and tariffs never worked, even though the country at one point was fully funded by tariffs, not by income taxes and corporate taxes. But I guess it's time to start preparing for a unfortunate situation here. It's time to come up with a serious plan, because there is a possibility that Donald Trump's tariff powers are in fact revoked by the Supreme Court of the United States. Just don't be too surprised if it happens. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Sad. Sad, sad, sad.
Hey, number ones, welcome to Metatrons
That's
Academy. So I
interesting.
produced this
I'm gonna
video
do
that amassed 6.2 million views in, of course, 4 years, but still, it's a viral video and it's produced by Ollie Richards, and as you know, we have reacted to some of his work. Now, what's interesting is that it says how US military linguists learn languages fast. So clearly, I'm interested to see if the techniques that are mentioned are like real, it's something that is tangible, applicable, or if it's the usual stuff that at the end of the day you watch the video and you've learned nothing new. Let's see.
US military linguists are known for being among the fastest language learners in the world, and they need to be good, because in any number
That
of
is true.
intelligence gathering
I've heard
or
that many
hostile
times
situations,
before.
knowing a language can save lives. In
Mhm.
the US, military linguists get trained here at the Defense Language Institute, where they use techniques like ISO immersion and scream and scribble to teach foreign languages in incredibly intense programs with some seriously impressive results.
Cool.
Меня зовут сержант Джеймс Кол. Я из штата Теннесси. Я учитель русского языка.
Салам, Халаши Мочитори.
Ассаламу алейкум ва рахматуллахи ва баракату. Спасибо большое. До свидания.
Man, I wish you would show
That's
someone who
yeah.
speaks Italian, because of course I can't judge the level of people who speak. What was that? I think the first one was Russian and the second one was like Arabic, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, if you speak these languages natively, do let me know if you think that they sound exceptional or if they sound just like any other intermediate student. Now, given pronunciation is not everything, but then again, if you give me 2 sentences, it's not enough for me to assess their level. What else am I going to use?
This is a serious operation, so I tracked down 2 retired soldiers to find out exactly how language learning happened in the military and what lessons you can steal from this for your own language goals. Oh, and stay till the end when I'll show you how you can take a mock entrance exam to see whether you have the brain power to make it onto a military language program.
Step back.
US
This
Defense.
is the
Dylan
DLI, the
Brick.
Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center, and it's right here in Monterey, California. It is the biggest,
Eli,
most
we're not
efficient
building
and
that
effective
yet.
foreign language institution in the US that trains more than 350,000 students each year, or nearly 4,000 students at any given time. Now, there is also a smaller DLI school in Washington, D.C. that specializes in 65 less commonly taught languages, as well as an English training center at the Air Force Base in Texas.
Very
but
cool.
most of the action takes place in California.
Okay.
Now, to attend, you must be a member of the armed forces or be sponsored by a government agency. So, to all of you language dreamers out there, sorry, it probably ain't gonna happen. So who makes it to the DLI? Well, let's start with federal employees. That's FBI, DEA, Border Patrol, Coast Guard, and so on. Linguists in these
I wonder if ICE get to be trained in there.
these government agencies do intelligence jobs, and they're mainly jobs that are closer to home, investigating drug trafficking, for example. If you watch TV, I'm sure you will have at least some idea of what these guys do. But the military also trains interpreters that it sends all over the world, and these linguists work to translate highly classified documents and connect with troops and allied forces.
Of course, translating written documents is one thing. Being a simultaneous interpreter is a completely different skill. And in fact, you can be really good at a language and still not exceed at these 2 tasks. Likewise, and that's an important thing that oftentimes people misunderstand, you could be an exceptional translator in the sense that if I give you a book, you will translate it in a way that it's like gorgeous, accurate, well done, you're fast, you're precise, you're accurate, but you're not able to speak or have a conversation. And your pronunciation sucks. So these are very distinct skills. When you specialize extremely into one of these, it's not a good thing to do unless you're doing it for a career, for a job. If it's your job, then great, yeah, do it. Makes you money, fantastic. But as a general language learner, it is usually better to have a balanced level in all the skills, reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And that's the job of trainers and language teachers, to make sure that our students tend to have a balanced level. Of course, each will exceed and excel at whatever naturally is the thing that you excel at. This kind of discrepancy between skills is, yeah, it's usually really bad to have unless you have a reason such as a career path.
And of course, on the front line, this ability to communicate can be crucial, and that's where the armed forces come in. Soldiers who may have been deployed to Afghanistan, for example, would have gotten intense language training at the DLI with native Afghan instructors.
Excellent.
Our students initially are Department of Defense service members. They come from all the different branches of the military. As volunteer citizens, a lot of them have recently come from basic training. As military members, they come from throughout the United States, very diverse. We have young service members, but we've also got careerists who return back for advanced language training as well as officers for advanced training.
By the way, if you're new here, welcome. My name is Ollie Richards,
Hi.
and this channel is all about helping you learn a new language and explore the world through the power of story. Now, do you want to see inside the school? Well, I certainly do.
The school.
For 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, young men and women in uniform are hard at work in very intensive language classes. And when they knock off, at the end of the day, they still need to get through 2 or 3 hours of homework and somehow also fit in an hour or two of study time. But that's not all.
Okay, so what do I think about that? 7 hours of intense language training plus a possibly 3 hours of homework. So I know that these numbers may seem impressive, but when it comes to my experience as a language teacher, it really depends on the quality and optimization of those exercises rather than the sheer numbers when it comes to how many hours you put into it. Because at the end of the day, if you spend 8 hours a day doing your exercises, meaning that you write down and give you sentences and little puzzles and you need to move around nouns and adjectives, you're wasting your time. At that point, I would tell you, yeah, maybe do that for an hour, then switch to another exercise, maybe do an hour and watch a movie in the original language with subtitles so that you're also practicing your listening capability. Then after that, maybe you could try and have a conversation for an hour, join a conversation class. Then after that, play a game in the language that you're trying to reach. And then again, when it comes to homework, I guarantee that unfortunately, by the way we are naturally structured, in our school, we expect to have to grind for 3 hours of doing all the exercises that are so boring about the grammar. That's not, I mean, I never did any of those, and I reached fluency in several languages. I did a little bit, but nothing that intense. No, you have to, language learning needs to be learned the same way you learn your first language. It counts a lot of hours, clocks in a lot of hours, but a lot of that is passive learning. And you do have to do, so surrounding yourself and immersing yourself in the language is absolutely something that a lot of people that reach fluency do say, because, I mean, yeah, that's the truth. But it shouldn't stress you out. It should not stress you out. If you stress yourself out, you're not going to remember that stuff. It's just not how it works. But I'm not saying that that's what they do. I'm saying it's nice to hear these numbers, but it might not be the most efficient thing to do.
It's the military after all, and soldiers have PT schedules and other duties. Now, as I'm sure you can guess, the school has a reputation for excellence. After all, they've been successfully training soldiers in foreign languages since 1941.
Я только что окончил передовицу. Тоже в ней. Да, все тоже. Ты знаешь, что такое правда. В ней нет известий. А в известиях нет правды, да?
So what languages can soldiers learn here? Well, because it's the Defence Force, the list is very specific. 17 languages and several dialects of those languages are taught.
Let me see. Italian is not there? Come on.
And depending on the difficulty of the language, the courses can last anything from 26 to 64 weeks. And I'll tell you which languages take how long in just a second.
Okay.
I spoke to Elle, whose target language was Korean.
Language program itself is 63 weeks long. And so in that time frame, we cover about 3 years of college level language. So I
think it depends on the college.
By the time we're done in our 63 weeks, then we're pretty fluent in a lot of different areas.
I'm not trying to be annoying here, but fluent depends what you mean by it.
And it moves by really fast at great intensity. There's a saying among students that sums up the experience: drinking from a fire hose. And perhaps unlike a lot of other language courses, the cultural aspect of the language is taken very, very seriously.
Very good.
We teach language to a very high proficiency level, near native proficiency. And we teach it in a very short period of time. It's a very intense class, very difficult academically, and part of that is to learn about the culture, because you really can't operate at high levels in a language unless you understand the culture.
I agree with that 1000%.
Can you understand the humor? Read between the lines, understand current political affairs. What are
expressions also? Perhaps there's something they say and it makes absolutely zero sense unless you understand the roots of that saying.
What are some of the tensions and challenges in that region politically, geopolitically?
It's essential to know
tones and body language.
The test.
So first things first, if you've been accepted into the military and hope to be a linguist, or if your job requires you to be a linguist, you go to the DLI. You'll be between the ages of 17 and 35, and most likely from the Army. But you may also be from the Navy, Marine Corps, or Air Force. You may perhaps also be a Green Beret sent here from Fort Bragg for additional language training. But before you get anywhere near the DLI, you first have to take a proficiency test, and it's called the DLAB, the Defense Language Aptitude Battery.
Man, I should try it. Let me know if enough people tell me that you want me to try it in the comments, I might do it.
If you pass, you'll be put in a language category based on how well you did.
Oh, but yeah, probably you can't because I'm not in the army. Or maybe you can find these online and see how you would have
technically join the army, right? You can join as a full national.
Like French or
he's now a citizen,
like
but
Russian. Now this bit is interesting. Even if you already know a language or you've studied it to a decent level before, or even you're fluent in a second language, there's no guarantee that you'll pass the DLAB test.
Really?
Why? Because the test itself doesn't test your ability in a specific language. It tests your brain's ability to learn a new language on the fly.
Interesting.
And it's very clever. The test is based on a made-up language. Well, so at least you can't cheat.
Talking it over with my recruiter at the time, I took a second battery of tests called the DLAB, which is the Defense Language Aptitude Battery. And that tests your ability to learn languages. So it's all made up language type things that they're asking questions about. And they're looking for pattern recognition.
Okay.
And whether you can work out grammar structures.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I think it's pretty cool. It's interesting that they came up with this. I can see the logical reasons behind it. But then again, I think a background check would also supersede that. Like, you know how he said, oh, you might already know a language, but you might not pass this. But to be honest, in general, I agree with that. I'm not trying to be a contrarian. But if you do have someone who, for instance, by age 22 is already fluent in 4 languages, I would say they could skip the test. That's just me. I'm just trying to be practical here. So maybe if it's someone, like, you need to test it unless there is data that you can analyze to already come to a conclusion without needing to go through the mechanics of the test. That's just, am I saying something silly, or am I making sense?
Videos,
And
bunch of different languages,
and that sort of thing. And if you
even
have
some
a high
dead
enough
ones.
score in that test, then you qualify for the linguist job.
Interesting, right? The logic of this will become clearer as you watch the rest of the video. And as I mentioned earlier, you can take this entrance test
There's a
too.
picture on me. I had fallen on the motor to take a board.
And the other thing
yeah?
that civilians can do is
I was there on the back
it's
with
general.
mommy.
See, it's
Oh,
quite
yeah.
easier than the entrance exam. Just hit one button.
I see.
Remember why you're here, why you're learning language. You're in the military. You're not here to just pass, get your certificate and your diploma. One day, someone's going to be relying on you and the intelligence you provide to shape their
motorcycle.
Yeah, look at that tank. The language.
So you pass the entry test.
That was
You're in.
mine.
What happens next? Well, it's time you met our second soldier, Jack.
You like
Not his
Papa's
real name,
more?
and he has to remain anonymous for this video.
You basically sign up for some kind of language-related job.
Mhm.
It varies a little bit branch to branch. You go through your initial basic training, and then while you're in basic training, they give you a dream sheet. And they say,
You have a
these
balloon in
are
your mouth?
all the languages currently being taught. Rank your top 6.
Don't do on
And you
paper.
don't find out what language you get until the end of basic training. Sometime in the middle, you fill out some paperwork. You explain your language
Water.
history,
This water.
what languages you are interested in learning, and they look at those, and then they look at what the Air Force
Just water.
Needs, yeah.
and they assign you.
So
okay, that makes sense. I'm glad that they don't just assign, but they do
You
at
got
least try
green
to take into
crackers.
consideration your top 6 picks, because unfortunately, and that's just the way we function as individuals. If you really hate or you are completely indifferent to a language, even if it makes sense to learn it, like imagine that you Mandarin, for instance, a language that makes sense to learn for international
Love you,
business
kiddo.
and and whatever. But let's say that you're not interested, you don't care about it. Then it's going to be 10 times harder for you to learn it. Whereas if you study a language that you're incredibly interested in, it will be a lot easier for you to learn. This is something that, of course, there is a certain level of objective difficulty, but subjective difficulty also intertwines with that. And if you're not interested into that language at all, just learning it because you have to, or because you think it's just the most logical things to do for a career path, you will struggle. And I've seen a lot of students just give up. Now, I understand that, of course, if you love a language and they just don't need it, then they don't need it, clearly. But I appreciate that there is a certain consideration to that, and it makes sense.
Hopefully, you will be given one of your top 3 choices. But just like the missionaries in Utah, there is no guarantee that you'll get the language that you want. You'll be assigned a language based on 2 things: how well you did on your test, and what the Army's current needs are. And those needs obviously change with world events, so they always have to be looked at a few years ahead. Remember, this is not about you. Active service members in particular, they don't get to choose. Jack was hoping to get Russian, but he was actually assigned Farsi. But in a lucky break, he actually ended up suffering a delay, and he ended up getting on the Russian program after all. Okay. How about Elle? Did she get what she wanted?
Yes, actually. Before joining, I had discovered Korean music. And I had really fallen in love with the sound of the language and everything. Yeah, and so that was on the top of my list. And I was just lucky enough that they needed a Korean linguist. And so that's what I was assigned to.
Good for you.
Nice one, Elle. Now, here are those language categories from earlier.
Oh.
You'll see here how more familiar languages like French and Spanish are 36 weeks in length, while these category 4 languages like Arabic or Chinese take the whole 64 weeks, almost double the study time.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense. I hadn't noticed that Italian was so good.
I'll tell you, 64 weeks is intense. I've learned 8 languages, but the longest I've ever done an intensive language project for was 3 months, which I'll link to up here. And I have to say, I was ready to stop after 3 months, and it was nowhere near as intensive as what these guys do, as you'll find out in just a minute. Now, remember, most students arrive with only minimal capabilities in their target.
See, I don't really understand that. He knows more languages than me. I stopped at 7. With that being said, when I picked up English, I didn't do like a 3 months intensive 60 weeks and that kind of stuff. I did a training of a few weeks, in fact. But of course I studied English a little bit at school, but it's not like we didn't really do much. And then I just moved to England, and I stayed there for a few years. So it's not like I ever stopped. I just continued, it became part of my life. I didn't have to segregate it into, oh my gosh, I've been doing this for 4 weeks intense, or 6, 8 weeks, 30 weeks, and now I'm tired. There was no, I'm tired. I live in England. I speak English every day, and I'm going to do that for a few years until, although then again, to be fair, I was fluent already after a year, and then it was just a continuous addition. I really don't, does that count? You know what I mean? When I moved to Japan, I was there for 4 years. So, and I spoke Japanese every single day, from morning to evening. Anyways, this is what I wanted to do. I don't want to react to the entire video, just so that you get a few other sections to check out. Since he's the one who made the video, was so successful, let's give him a like. And then if you're interested and you want to see what else he has to say, then feel free to click the link in the description or pinned comment. Thank you to Ollie, and thank to each and every single one of you. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Bye.
Yeah, military's crazy with teaching languages. They really drive it home.
And now we have a stunning admission from a Democrat senator.
Here's the reason. We did fail.
Chuck Sniffer can't keep his own people together. Ladies and gentlemen, today is day 36 of the government shutdown. Republicans have held like 81 million votes to reopen the government, and have it succeeded? And it's all because of the filibuster. They need Democrat votes. The word filibuster literally comes from the Dutch language, which means hijack. We can thank Aaron Burr for this, because in 1789, the Senate rules adopted by then Vice President John Adams included the previous question motion, which required a simple vote to overcome debate, like the House. Then in 1806, Aaron Burr recommended that the Senate remove the previous question motion, because to him it cluttered the rules. He literally accidentally created unlimited debate in the Senate. And in 1841, because of that change, Democrat senators, it's always Democrats, started using the filibuster. And they would use it to postpone debates on emancipation and later civil rights. It's always Democrats, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's never something the founders intended for the country. Yet we have it anyways, just like a lot of things the founders didn't intend. There we go, that's a little crash course on the history of the filibuster. So the Senate is currently debating. John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, said the Senate could work through the weekend if there's a path forward to vote, and it's up to the Democrats. This is something that pissed me off. One Democrat said reversing some of the Trump administration's mass firings of federal employees has also been discussed. Hell no. But the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, said he would not commit to a vote on health care subsidies in the lower chamber. The thing Democrats have been saying about this shutdown is that Republicans are preventing health care from getting funding. And ladies and gentlemen, the Democrat senator from Vermont had this to say on the
single Republican countering that online. Absolutely zero. Not one. You got Josh Shapiro saying it. You got other Democratic politicians saying it, all their talking heads as well. This is ridiculous. We'll get to this one then.
Senate floor.
I owe you an answer on why it is I'm standing here today asking to extend something that was temporary. And here's the reason. We did fail to bring down the cost of health care. I owe you an answer on why it is I'm...
That's all we've been asking to hear. He's referring to Obamacare. The Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, was supposed to bring down healthcare costs for everybody using government subsidies. And all it's done is double, triple, quadruple everyone's premiums. People who had their own private insurance can no longer afford it. It's an understatement to say Obamacare has been a failure, because it's been more than a failure. It's a policy that has legitimately destroyed the country. And Democrats want Republicans to save Obamacare's legacy by further funding it. And I'm going to tell it like it is. Republicans don't seem serious about doing something about Obamacare, especially those in the Senate. Lest we forget, John McCain voted no. He did that famous thing where he did that to repealing the Affordable Care Act and replacing it with something better in Trump's first term. Ever since that time, Republicans just kind of gave up. And at a time when voters are worried about affordability, this needs to be addressed. And it's now time for Republicans to work on a solution. It's not enough to just say, oh, the current system sucks. Yeah, but what's your solution for it? By the way, Peter Welch is not the only Democrat talking about these sky-high premiums. He's the only one that's going to admit they failed, but Democrats like Bernie Sanders also know it sucks. Look at Bernie.
I'm getting a lot of questions lately about, what this government shutdown is about. So let me tell you. Right now, in Vermont and all over this country, insurance companies are sending to their customers the estimates of what their new premiums will be. In Vermont, literally today, people are receiving information that there will be a doubling or in some cases a quadrupling, 4 times increase in their health insurance premiums. And this is on top of the fact that 15 million people are being currently thrown off of health care if Trump's proposals go through. So that is what this shutdown is about. Is whether we allow working class, middle class people to be paying, in some cases, in Vermont, around the country, over $50,000 for a family of 4 for health insurance. Who, in God's name, can afford to pay $50,000 a year for health insurance? So what this shutdown is about is telling Trump and his Republican friends, you know what, you can't give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, to Musk, Bezos, and all your oligarchic friends, while at the same time you're destroying the American healthcare system and making healthcare totally unaffordable for the American people.
Okay, Bernie, the reason health insurance got more expensive is because government got involved. When the government gives these corporations a blank checkbook, guess what? They're going to write whatever number they want, and nobody can compete with government. Government subsidies literally hurt everyone else. Bernie asked how someone who makes $50K a year can pay for their own health insurance. Well, Bernie, if you guys hadn't been spending all this money in the government, people could actually live off of $50,000. But the government prints so much money that we have had inflation for God knows how long. We've spent trillions of dollars on wars, trillions of dollars on subsidies for all these industries, trillions of dollars on welfare programs. The government caused all these problems. Amy Klobuchar, the senator from Somali, says families are facing skyrocketing healthcare premiums right now. This isn't a December thing or a January thing. Republicans must stop blocking the extension of the healthcare tax credits and work with us to prevent premiums from doubling for millions of Americans. I have to admit, Democrats have masterfully turned this around with their messaging. It is their fault that we're in this current healthcare crisis, but they're saying it's because Republicans aren't spending enough money on it, even though the problem is the government's involvement. Republicans really need to get better at messaging, because Democrats are coming across as, we care about your healthcare costs, even though they're the reason healthcare costs are so high right now. The Senate is expected to hold a key vote on Friday. They want to extend funding for several more weeks while passing 3 separate Democrats who have been in the negotiations all week will vote to at least advance the bill, with the expectation that it will be amended and include some longer-term funding. This approach would not address the expiring healthcare subsidies. Most Democrats want a tangible policy, not just the promise of a vote. This is what Senate President J.D. Vance just said. What the Democrats are doing on the government shutdown is genuinely unprecedented. While the administration has shielded the American people from the worst of the consequences, all of this is coming, and soon. An aviation emergency that will lead to significant travel delays for all Americans. Food stamp and other assistance programs running out for needy Americans. Great strains on our military and national security. The shutdown is now passed from farce into tragedy, and the consequences of this national emergency fall on every senator and congressman who refuses to open the government. Eventually, they'll fold. Democrats use the shutdown as something to juice their base to go vote in New Jersey, New York, and in many other places. And so those elections have passed. They can stop the political games. The longer this shutdown goes, the more people are going to look to the Democrats, because they're the minority party holding the country hostage.
The governor posting the same lies that the rest of the Senate and House are spewing. Look, Governor Shapiro. Donald Trump is playing politics with $2 billion Pennsylvania SNAP benefits. So last week I took immediate action to drive out $5 million to help food banks like Weinberg Northeast Regional Food Bank meet their increased demands. And now we've secured $2 billion in matching commitments from generous private donors across Pennsylvania, making Democrats look like the good guys. And they're not. They're the one that has started this crisis and is maintaining this crisis. Now, all you're seeing in the comment sections of these is Americans, the constituents, countering it and offering the reality to other Democrats, but zero elected officials. And it is disgusting seeing my news feed filled up with so many lies that are just being let go by the Republican Party.
Gentlemen, thank you all very much for watching. God bless and goodbye.
Yeah, they're jellyfish. They have no spines. And then we got to talk about this. The Nina Lynn Twitch unban. Like, she was banned for a week. Tectone got banned for a week for calling Frogan fat. Like, come on. She literally essayed 2 different people on 3 different occasions live. Like, I'm almost ready to not stream on Twitch again, but that doesn't benefit me any. Now, what does Asmongold essay live on streams a week ban? How is this possible? point where people should be contacting advertisers and Amazon leadership, and I'm pretty sure we're there. Yeah, I think we are there. I think Amazon needs to do a top-down scrub of Twitch, starting with their pervy CEO. Not that other platforms don't have their issues. I take issue with a person being banned on Kick for saying to end all Jews, and then they get a promotion on Twitch to affiliate or whatever it is, partner on Twitch because they offer him a paid partnership. Like, no, that's sick. You just literally scalping somebody because they got banned for saying something horrible on another platform. Hamas terrorists trapped in tunnels, which I think the war in Gaza, Israel has officially kicked off again, basically.
He didn't even start?
Watch the stock.
Good afternoon. Oh!
My
colleagues and I remain squarely focused on... Bro, the timing! He didn't even start?
That's crazy. Huh? Yeah, I think it's time for the next generation to start getting involved more in politics, going for elected positions, which honestly I think I'm gonna look into doing that for Pennsylvania. Not a local position, but maybe like either state house or even on the federal level. I don't know yet. Got to look into it. See how much moving around and walking around it would make me do. If I'm allowed to wear Crocs, since my feet won't fit into sneakers. Yeah, the weight loss drug. Wait, I thought they already agreed on this pay package.
Tesla shareholders are voting today on whether to potentially make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire. Now, the vote on his proposed $1 trillion pay package during their annual meeting this afternoon. The compensation would come as a stock grant, giving Musk around 424 million Tesla shares over the next decade. The company has cautioned shareholders that if they deny Musk's request, he may, quote, pursue other interests.
You very well could. Metatron informational. We'll check that out. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, since retaking office, President Trump has been busy at work, not only carrying out mass deportations, but also systematically identifying and removing all of the deep state swamp beasts from inside of the federal government. And so now that we're 10 months into his second term and we're actually starting to get some of the numbers, today, what I want to do is really break down President Trump's Great American Purge. And so, folks, to really kick off today's show, take a look at this.
And deportation numbers hitting record highs since President Trump's return to office. His administration booting more than 515,000 illegal migrants so far. 1.6 million illegals have left the country on their own, with immigration agents arresting 485,000. DHS saying that Trump is set to shatter the U.S. deportation record by the end of 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you catch all of that? Since stepping back into the White House, 515,000 illegal aliens have been forcibly deported, 1.6 million illegal aliens have self-deported, and another 484,000 illegal aliens have been arrested and are currently awaiting to be deported as well. Folks, what this means is that so far, in just the last 10 months alone, 2.6 million illegal aliens have been taken off of our streets, with 2.1 million of those illegal aliens having already been kicked out of the country. But you know what? For a little bit more information on all of that, take a look at this.
Well, the president is all about results, as is Secretary Noem. And really, what President Trump's Secretary Noem and our law enforcement have been able to do in the past 270 days, despite the injunctions, despite the obstruction from sanctuary city politicians and these activist judges, is really nothing short of extraordinary. 2 million illegal aliens exiting the country. That includes 1.6 million deportations and over 500,000 deportations from our ICE and CBP officers. But we're going to be really surging resources. We have 10,000 new ICE enforcement officers that are going to be hired in the coming days. So we know that we're going to continue to arrest the worst of the worst off of the streets of America's sanctuary cities.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you catch that little bit about hiring new ICE officers? Believe it or not, so far, President Trump has only had right around 4,500 ICE officers across the entire country to work with. And so when they're trying to remove tens of millions of illegal aliens, as you can imagine, resources have been spread pretty thin. Luckily, however, thanks to the passing of the big beautiful bill, ICE now has the funding needed to hire another 10,000 ICE agents, over tripling the number of ICE agents in total across the country, which will drastically speed up the rate at which all of these illegal aliens are getting deported. So hey, whatever you thought about that 2.6 million number that we spoke about a little bit earlier on in today's video, just keep one thing in mind, we're just getting going. But now folks, what do you say we talk about President Trump's ongoing objective of draining the Washington, D.C. swamp? Take a look.
And to curb inflation, we've slashed the size of government for the first time in years, and we're waging total war on waste, fraud, and abuse like we've never done before. Since January, 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. Think of that. And in stark contrast to last administration, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created in the private sector.
So, folks, did you catch all of that? Not only is President Trump actually creating real American jobs for real American citizens in the private sector, but so far, he's also purged over 100,000 unnecessary federal swamp beasts. But so, as a little reminder here, let me explain why that's really such a big deal. By nature of laying off all of these unnecessary federal employees, not only has President Trump saved all of us federal taxpayers around $11 billion each year, but also he's taken a massive step towards actually draining the swamp. As many of you might remember, when President Trump first stepped back into the White House around 10 months ago, he was absolutely plagued with a never-ending series of leakers and saboteurs from inside of the federal government. Now, however, these days, most of those problems have been solved, or rather in this case, fired. So really, with the firing of each of these 100,000 federal employees, yeah, not only are all of us federal taxpayers saving a bunch of money, but most importantly, all of the anti-American roadblocks are systematically being removed from inside of the federal government as well. And you know what? Hey, if you're working inside of the federal government and you're not all the way on board with President Trump's America First agenda, you should be fired. That's my opinion. But then, as if all of that wasn't enough, President Trump has also recently made another 2 massive breakthroughs. You see, since taking office, President Trump has revoked over 80,000 visas that were being held by various anti-American foreigners, and he's dropped the 2026 H-1B highly skilled work visa allotment by right around 25%, which together ultimately makes more room for actual Americans in our American universities and more room for actual Americans in our American workforce. And you know what? Let's just be honest here. We shouldn't be taking in so many immigrants right now anyway, regardless of whether they're here legally or not. But now, folks, now I want all of you to take a look at what President Trump himself had to say just earlier today about how he intends to make all of these America First accomplishments permanent. But first, I do want to say real quick that if you guys enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, take a look at this.
I think it's time for them to end the filibuster and just put everybody back to work. Vote in voter ID, vote in no mail-in voting except for military, faraway military, and people that are very sick. I'd like to see one-day voting. I'd like to see not 65 days of voting from all over the place. No, I'd like to clean up the elections. The border, we've done a great job. We have a great, strong border now. I'd like to see new rules on immigration that can be fair and good, you know, but rules that you'll never get, rules that they're never going to get. There's so many things we could put in, including tax cuts that we could get, and we could do it all ourselves. But to do that, you have to end the filibuster. The filibuster is, and they'll do it too. They'll immediately do it. You know, what they're going to do is, what the Democrats will do is they're going to make Puerto Rico a state. They're going to make D.C. a state. They're going to pack the court. They're going to end up with more electoral votes. They're going to end up with 4 senators because of the 2 states. And they're going to do this 100%. They would have done it, except Manchin and Sinema got in their way. They would have done it. So if they're going to do it, I would do it. I would do it before them.
And so, folks, really, that's the proper way to look at all of this. Right now, we have the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to not only undo all of the damage that was caused by the Democrats during the Biden era, but also by passing a battery of America First legislation like voter ID laws, we can effectively prevent them from doing that type of damage ever again. But so, folks, with all of that being said, so far, I think we can all safely say that President Trump really has been putting America first.
All rise in the court of J3. We have a player today called a blind lawyer, and he said, I think I am a high-level mechanical player, even on controller, and I think I could beat PC players. My aim is precise, and I have good stick skills to play heroes like Spider-Man. I'm gonna need you guys to decide, because this console player who's in GM is put into a PC lobby who is also GM. Can a console player hold their own in the PC lobby of the same rank? Let me know what you guys think, or scream, objection!
Controllers.
It's one singular console player and a whole lobby of PC players, seeing if, hey, is a GM console player the same basically as a GM PC lobby? This could either go 2 ways, chat. This could either go really well and people could be like, well, it looks like console can hold their own in the same rank lobby, or this is going to be like, wow, console players can't even, you know, do well in their own ranked lobby. So that means GM console is like, you know, silver PC players. So it's either going to go one way or the other. I will say before we even start this content, I do think it does go both ways. This guy can probably hold it down in the PC lobby. It's like we have a lot of controller players who are pros that do fucking well. You know, there's Smash DPS player who's popping off for Dark Zero. You have there was a support player as well that is professional as well that uses a controller. There's Enzo, there's TTK, Skittles. There you go. Yeah. There's also a lot of fucking tank players who uses a controller that can, you know, that does well on a. Oh shit.
That's cool.
That does well on what do you call it? I mean, they're pros. Like TTK, bro.
Strange gone high.
Top left. Oh, but I guess I guess all the pros that I'm saying are playing on PC. Like all the pros that I just mentioned. This guy is playing on console. So I mean, he is limited to his console. But I mean, it looks like this guy's fucking popping off, right?
Yeah.
I have ult whenever we're
Already.
Alright, just let me know when you're gonna pop ult and I'll pop it. They have a Phoenix. We might need to swap a rocket at these.
Yeah, I can swap in or whatever.
Oh, we can shoot down the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Phoenix.
Anyone willing to help?
That's right.
I think Drain trying to go for an ult.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing for Halloween?
You ready to use your ult?
Oh,
No, I got
nice.
stuck under the thing.
Even that's good. Great reflexes to dodge. Nice.
Alright. I got that shield. Oh, guys.
Red, please.
Are you guys doing anything fun? I know my community is old like me, so what are you guys? What are you guys doing for your kids? You guys doing anything fun? Taking the kids to like trick or treating or some shit?
Okay, we're good.
Because all your answers about trick or treating or doing this and that, all your answers are wrong. The thing that you should be doing tomorrow for Halloween is coming to my stream and watching the tournament with me.
No. I'm already out. We had it for a long time.
Okay, let's see how this guy's doing so far. I think he's doing really well. He's 5-1 with one final hit. I mean, there's not a lot of final hits going on, but he does have 6,000 damage. Most damage on the team, most damage in the lobby. Also, 55% accuracy, not bad.
Just go next one.
I'm turning my black cat into a soda can. You know, actually, I'm gonna spoil it for you guys. We gave our black cat, Boba, some bat wings. He is dressing up as a bat tomorrow.
I need to get that down.
Wait, what? Is it me or Phoenix is slightly thicker this season? What do you even mean?
Get Thor. Down to one eye. Back.
Come back slightly.
Watch me
I think got it.
Yeah, great pushing.
Let me top off ice so I can get my support ult.
Oh, okay. Alright.
You're good. I'll just let you go.
I want to go for like a cheeky jump scare.
Oh, that's not bad. I tried to get you. I'm clapping.
Nice.
I got one. Got two. Push in. Let's get it.
Alright, I love
this.
Yeah, this guy's actually pretty good. He's.
I
don't know, chat. I think this is putting to rest the case that GM PC or any rank PC is the same as any rank on console.
Luna, can you flick me?
We're not done yet though, because even if he does well here, we are going to switch his teams. So he is going to go play on the other team to see how he does against the team he's currently playing on. So maybe, if it was a team gap, we will know. I appreciate the massive 2 years. I hope you're having a great day. Hope you're feeling better.
Alright. My ult's gonna end now.
Good to have you back. Alright.
Clapping.
Punish down. We're low in the back. Hold on. Support slow.
Doug's one. Get him.
Doug's that.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. Everyone has that. Everyone has that, like, miss streak.
I gotta kill him somehow.
You know, that's fair. They're probably close. They're probably gonna be.
I'm gonna try to ult early.
Broken bottoms for 69 months. Absolutely crazy.
How did I get hit by that?
69.
I got a healer.
Alright, you're down both shooting force. You gotta play through.
Oh, see, look, this guy's popping.
Just the
back door.
We want the fight. Good shit.
Nice. No, I think it's a battle.
We make a good team.
Yo, what are your guys' thoughts so far? I mean, he's 16-3, 7 final hits, 13,000 damage. He's pretty good. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Is it bad that I wanted him to do bad so everyone can be like, well, there you go. You see, whatever rank you are on PC, you got to subtract 4 ranks, and then that's what your console rank. I wanted drama, but we are not gonna get any drama. The only drama that we're gonna get is that this guy's controller loses fucking battery halfway into the game and he has to change his battery. All right, going on Twitter, J3 kicked me down the stairs again and laughed at me, and I'll fucking do it again. Oh, true. Wasn't this guy originally applying for Elon? So technically, if he's supposed to be in Celestial instead of GM, then the -3 rank still applies. Yo!
Oh, there you
Trying to shoot out Punisher.
He's sprinting! He is an elo hell!
Oh, I got you.
So therefore, console ranks are, you know, minus... Yeah, -3.
I'm fine. What do you take me for? Yeah.
No, actually, funny enough, I saw TTK play in person. TTK plays with a controller that's not wireless. It's actually plugged in.
Get fun.
You have his venom up top. He's running.
Oh. I hate fighting his venom because everything just moves so slowly.
Wait, did we get banned?
Yeah, I can see you.
I want to know what happens if this guy doesn't have Phoenix, though, chat. Maybe it's just a Phoenix thing. Maybe he's a one-trick Phoenix. We don't know.
I'm gonna clap down mid.
Does anyone here in my chat or on YouTube, does anyone here play with a wireless controller on PC?
Going back, man. The ports definitely have they have a rocket though. I'm gonna pull mine.
Probably play with the wireless controller. You don't really have to worry about all that. You don't have to worry about the frame.
Again with another gifted sub. I appreciate it.
That rocket, I mean, Ingles.
Oh no.
Nice.
You made it work.
They do
slide
so.
over to me, but
It's alright, we should coordinate that. It's fine. You're
Luna has a better
I'll let you
panic
focus on the card.
I cannot.
Poke me blind, I can't see you. I was gonna put a flake on you.
Poke me blind.
I want to see what this guy can do on anything else besides Phoenix stuff.
Now I see them.
Oh, peek me.
Yeah, peek me.
Venom on
My
left,
bad.
fighting
I think they were saying he was Celestial anyway, so I'm PC and he's playing on console.
Get this.
So he's playing GM. He got for the PC first.
We had a Venom on us.
Yeah, I think they did. They did.
Chase me down. Here, reset here.
It could be a team diff chat, but hey, he is doing pretty well. 20-4. He does have ace. He does have ace. But even if he does well and his team wins this time, we are gonna flip him to the other team to see how well he does on the other team. Even if this was a team diff, what happens if he does switch teams and he does carry the other team?
Dive in.
I'm shooting from an all. Put some damage in.
I don't play Squirrel though. I'm playing Emma. I kind of want to mess around with Angela a little bit too.
Oh, I'm getting held back by fucking
zombies when I get on here. And see if I can get a group that will help me beat Tier 4 Nightmare.
Someone poke me and I can get some heals. I'm close to all.
I knew you were live because my nipples were hard. What?
Whoever comes out.
Yeah, I cleared the Tier 3
That was his
solo
first message, mods.
of zombies.
Where's my mods?
I got that from the store, so I got that.
I am ready to put on a show.
Title. I tried doing it with Magic Chia.
Nice reaction time.
Thing by itself.
Nice.
Oh. Gee.
I mean, okay, listen. Now we're gonna flip sides, chat. Now we're gonna see how well this person does on the other team. He did go ace with 26-4, 12 final hits. He has the most final hits. He also has 24,000 damage, the most damage in the lobby, and he also has a 52% accuracy. I think he fucking played well. Basically, what this content is can a GM console player basically hold his own in a GM PC lobby?
Well, I don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna stand. Oh, don't piss the kitty.
You're never going on, guys. He's on me.
He's dead.
Wait.
Time to point.
Magic slow. Magic dead.
Hey, appreciate it, Fab.
Invis is low.
Invis right left.
Invis one. Magic got revived.
I wish they brought this map back to.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I fucking fed.
To rank. Oh. PC players act like aim assist is aimbot. It holds onto a target a bit more, but that's it. No. It depends on the game, bro. That shit can look like aimbot. There's a reason why all the Apex pros are like, didn't they all switch from PC to even controller as well so they could get aimbot?
Magic low.
Yeah.
And even in Call of Duty, that shit looks strong as shit.
Oh my ult.
Definitely depends on the game.
I'm at that.
I don't know if I like this guy's positioning all the way back there, though, but we'll see.
Kill him out.
Wait, and this is out of position.
Emma.
Emma one. Emma dead.
He uses
okay,
people
he is
that have those, like,
7-in-1, but he does have like, dude, his Luna almost has more damage than him. Also, he has 0 final. See, remember, chat.
I'm just trying to flank.
He was on the other team last time.
Am I already trying to hold your
Just coming left.
Oh, they're down us up.
Go.
Magic on
right
left. Magic on left.
Magic
slow.
no
Magic's one.
Just what the doctor. Magic shouldn't have it.
Oh, look, he got a final from halfway across the map on Star-Lord.
Did you see that?
I will say, I think he is a much better Phoenix than he is Star-Lord, though.
Upper strange ult. Magical. Strange one.
I mean, the Phoenix is part of it, but he is a spray and track.
I'll try to grab. I'm gonna try to grab magic.
Oh, we are far, man.
Yep. Towards.
Okay.
I was just popping
Do you get res?
He's way too far up.
They're gonna TP.
I mean, he traded his ult for...
I can ult this.
Oh, that's crazy. They use a lot of ults there. I mean, he used his ult and he got a kill on his own ult.
Kill punch. One can still die.
Executioner!
We might.
Can we rocket it?
I don't know about.
I don't think he needed to do that.
I really don't think he should have fucking rocket up there, man.
Yeah,
I guess let's try to push up. So
he's going right back up to that.
I was looking for one of these.
Here, I'm all.
Moves, right? No, what
I'm ready to put on a show.
Bro, I don't know what this guy's doing half the fucking time, Chad. I feel like he's lost. I feel like he's like a tourist that's like looking at just the scenery or something. Oh, snap.
Of course. Daredevil with the sticks. What? Did I get Hassan?
Hassan Piker does love to lie, doesn't he? Let's learn a thing or two about his upbringing as a poor individual, brought up in complete utter poverty, did he?
This bullshit goes both ways. If you're wealthy and you critique capitalism, you're a hypocrite. If you're poor and you critique capitalism, you're jealous. Americans are so fucking cuck sometimes. Exactly.
Right?
I mean, I've seen both, for the record. Because I was dead broke and was critiquing capitalism. And then people would be like, yeah, because you're a fucking loser. And now that I have money and I still do it, people are like, well, hypocrite much? I didn't change. And it's always so strange. Obviously, this is like personal for me for many different reasons because this is my life's fucking work. But what's so funny about it is like people want you to almost be like, oh, once I got a touch of the bag, like once I touch the bag, it's over. Like this socialism shit is done, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'll counter that in a second, but I would like to underline that the S here does not stand for Superman. It stands for Shockman. Shockman.
I mean, I've seen both, for the record, because I was dead broke and was critiquing capitalism.
dead broke, right? He wouldn't lie about something like that, would he?
His parents
Okay,
are rich.
you are lying when you
super rich, right? And his uncle is owner of the Young Turks, or CEO, or CCO, or something like that.
say that. Because when you're rich, even if you fucking lose all that wealth by the time someone like myself, for example, I can speak from personal experience, when you grow up affluent, as I did, right? By the time you get to fucking college, even if you go to college in America where you get a slate wiped, basically, because you have no network in the same way in the United States of America, I still did not have to work to you know, ensure that I took care of my family. That would have over my schooling in the process.
Okay.
Because I was dead broke. When you grow up affluent, as I did, because I was dead broke. When you grow up dead broke. When you grow up dead broke.
Yeah.
Shock, man. Here's how it works. This internet thing. Okay, I'll tell you. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you. If you make two statements when it comes to your own personal experience and lived history as an individual, and the two statements are mutually exclusive,
you gotta be careful about that. I'll get banned in UK for saying spaz.
Is a lie. Thus, I would strongly...
Yeah, some lady called herself a spaz on X, and the police came to her door and she got a fine for saying spaz, because they have censorship laws now in the UK. Just like you can't stand outside of an abortion clinic and quietly pray to yourself either, or you can't be assumed to be quietly praying to yourself. Thought crimes are also illegal and yeah, in the UK, it is bad over there.
Strongly suggest, Mr. Piker, that you make your mind. Did you grow?
Yeah, you can just look suspicious or like you're a Christian. I'm praying in front of an abortion clinic, and they'll come over and arrest you. You speak out against Islam, they'll come out and arrest you. Anything.
Grow up.
What are you guys doing? Oh, okay. Kind of hungry. I might go through the sweets. Yeah, kind of. It's my first. Well, it'd be my second. Man, I mean, ice cream sandwich sounds good.
Affluent, or did you grow up broke? You can't use both and expect people to believe you ever again. But I guess they can, because it's not like his audience ever does any double check. And if you do show this, they'll tell you, oh, it's just because you're a right-wing grifter. Right.
Are you laughing at me? Doing that's funny. Am I just chit-chatting with you? Yeah. What? What babies? She's in her swing next to me. Just smiling and enjoying life. The 3-month-old life. Yeah. What are you doing, sweetie? Aw, you being cute. Yep.
Wing grifter. What am I grifting? The truth? I'm a truth grifter.
Yeah.
How about that? See, that is exactly the nature of the problem with this gentleman here, Dog Shocker here. It's not like he looks at his past, considers the factual truth, one of the two, and decides, you know what? Yeah, I did grow up affluent, I did grow up broke, whichever is the truth, you look at that, and then you report the real facts. No, sir. When it comes to Mr. Piker, what he does is, depending on whatever the heck argument he's trying to present, he will pick one or the other, depending on whether or not he feels it's advantageous to whatever message he's decided to convey on that day. Now, having heard these two versions of reality, this collapsing of multiverse, you might be wondering,
get banned from
which
going to
one
the UK like David Wood.
Did he grow up broke? Or was he affluent? Luckily for you, you've got Metatron on your side. The truth seeker. Yeet on Twitter has provided this information here, and according to this, his dad was on the board for a $4 billion company. To be specific, this one here, Sabachi Holding, Istanbul, Turkey. There you go. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of money here. I'm seeing a lot of money. So I think Dad was not exactly farming the land, you know what I mean? Let's have a look at Mum. Today is the birthday of the most badass, gorgeous, ambitious, caring, loving, intellectual, feminist woman, oh my gosh, on the planet, my mum. You know, for once, I was going to say, you know, probably the mum is nice, but then he had to put feminist. Because, you know, who knows? Maybe the mum is nice. Maybe the mum is nice. A couple years ago, she went back to college to pursue higher education, whatever the heck here, on cultural preservation, all while managing her commercial real estate properties. Man, that sounds like a full-on socialist upbringing, am I right? Now, this guy's working class through and through. Estate properties, billions. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. I would say most likely. Yeah, but please go on. I would say, yeah, he had a fuck ton of money when he grew up. In fact, as Legal Mindset beautifully put it, by broke growing up, he meant they couldn't afford the latest Gulfstream private jet. But no, please go on. Sorry, I interrupted you, Mr. Piker. Sorry.
They try to be like, oh, it's because like this is how he's financially incentivized to continue advocating for this kind of shit. And it's like, no, dumbass. Maybe it's because I believe it, you know? People think that, like, I just fucking was born this way, you know what I mean? I always was this person. I always had this $3 million home. Like, it's just so dumb.
$3 million. You just admitted it. I did say it last time. It was a guess, actually. When I said he probably lives in a $3 million mansion, I was absolutely right. So, yeah, no. You see, Hassan, here's the problem. We understand the comeback that you're going to use when we call you a champagne socialist. We, of course, understand that you're going to use the usual comeback and you're going to say, well, but I live in a system, and so I have to use the system in order to fight for class struggle. Yeah. But then again, you did prosper and thrive through capitalism. And it's not like you went mildly into it. It's not like I'm saying you should burn his money. But then again, wasn't $1 million mansion enough? Did you have to go for $3 million? What about like all the Gucci stuff? When you see people buying sports cars, Gucci stuff, they basically live the life of high-level capitalist corporate while criticizing them. But you're not doing anything. You're just blah, blah, blah. It's not like you're doing anything about this. Not to mention a lot of people like him, Pokimane, they will literally tell you the business owners and rich people are evil. How does that not include yourself?
Yeah,
that's why people point the finger and say champagne socialists. It's because you blah, blah. But where is the action? Where are the charities? Where is your decision to, yeah, I have the money, I have the security, but I don't actually indulge in the excesses. No, these people, they pretend to be all for the working class and against the elite, the rich, the wealthy, while living the exact same way as the wealthy do. And they will buy. You shouldn't spend a single dollar into Gucci, Prada, Armani, but they do. They do.
It genuinely doesn't make sense. Aren't your dad a billionaire? No, man. You're a 27-month subscriber. Are you that fucking stupid? No.
Yeah.
I am fortunate enough to be able to financially take care of my parents. Both of my parents. There are people who genuinely believe that, by the way. They literally think like, oh, he comes from a billionaire family. It's like, you're fucking dumb.
Now, billionaire is exaggerated because the billionaire class is extremely... Millionaires, though, who knows? Because that's the only thing he's saying, by the way. Did you notice? He's saying, I'm not billionaire with a B. What about millionaires with an M? Because I grew up in a family that couldn't reach the end of the month. So I'm just saying, you know, the sacrifices my mom had to make to guarantee my first year at university, after which I earned with my own study 3 scholarships and therefore paid for the entirety of my 4 years at university, lifting, therefore, the weight from my mother. And my dad had zero money. He didn't have anything of that. So yeah, again, we were kind of middle class, I would say. I wouldn't say we were poor. I'm not going to claim poverty. But then again, there were things that we couldn't afford. And there were months where my mum had to get into debts, and there was a trouble because we couldn't pay the rent and that kind of stuff. And it has happened when I was living in Japan. And I'm not saying this to flex. I'm just saying this to tell you, at least with me, it's real. And when I was living in Japan and I was working as a full-time translator, interpreter in Japan, and then I started doing side jobs like in Italian restaurants and stuff like that. When I was there, sometimes I've sent money to my parents to help them out because they literally needed it. They couldn't pay the freaking bills. I honestly doubt that this guy who just told us about the real estate properties of his mum, and then we know that his father is a successful businessman. No one is saying billionaire. But this is not someone who grew up, even for a month, thinking how we're going to pay the $200 bill. Like,
how are you going to pay your light bill?
Fake.
So dumb. God damn it. There are a handful of billionaires in Turkey. He would be on fucking lists if that was the case.
Yeah. The only real thing he said.
As a millionaire.
Is unironically, I know, no, sorry. It's not a no joke situation because I just can't sometimes tell because there are people who like legitimately believe that. And there are people who unironically believe that.
From the baby, though.
Yeah, people that think that you come from billion money, I think they're wrong, obviously. But I do think you come from a wealthy family.
He likes bubbles,
I really do. And you said it yourself. You said you grew up affluent. And that's the main problem. That's why we don't believe a word you say. Because you can't say one thing and then it's opposite at a distance while discussing the same event. Just like you did. Just like you denied shocking the dog and then we saw the other camera and you hiding it. I don't even know. Why are people why are people following someone who constantly, chronically lies? This is... According to Wikipedia, 2013 to 2020, the Young Turks, during his senior year of college in 2013, Piker interned for the Young Turks, a progressive news show, a new network co-founded by his uncle, the Horse Fucker. After graduating, Piker was hired by the network's AD sales and business department. He asked to host the show when a fill-in was needed and later became a host and producer. 2013, when was he born? Just to do the math right. At age 22, yeah. Out of the two, this is pathological. Anyways, he grew up broke, guys. Pity him.
Because I was dead broke. When you grow up affluent, as I did, right?
I grew up at this.
Yeah, you're good at that game.
Oh,
everybody loves bubbles. Everybody loves bubbles. No, not the Truman Show. We can't watch a movie on here.
No, I can't watch a movie.
We can't watch a movie.
No, I think the recent one. That has one.
Yep, ready?
No, that one is that. Oh,
yeah, you're good at the bubble pop. Hi, babies.
Mama. It's working.
Yep, see, all you have to do is hold it up in the air and swing your arm down. Got it.
I got it. This is called bubble casting.
Entertaining the kids while they get the Christmas tree out. From the crawl space. Again. You want to do it? You know how to? Not with the baby. Oh. Test again. A bit. Okay. Pull it out slowly. And do it slowly over your head. So you want to know, force the air goes. Try again. No, I still got it on. Right? Oh, no, it popped. Babies. What baby girl? You like the bubbles? You like the bubbles? Okay. You got one. There you go, you did it. Yeah, well, you just wiggle it back and forth like you did.
I make it big or Mommy, bubble. Are you on the bubble? It's big.
Bubbles. I could get a pee. So bear with me. I have to go pee. How you doing? Oh, they hurt. Sure.
They haven't been used.
Hey, oh. Okay, take the tube. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, she has nothing to step on. Yeah, she's not gonna try to climb the tree. Kitty cat.
I don't like you throwing bubbles.
What you doing? You just love that. I love you too. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, what you doing? You trying to chat with Dada? You trying to chat with Dada? Yeah, Miss Kicks. Yeah, I love us. I love a lover. What? What are you doing? What are you doing? He's in there kicking like crazy. Kids are the best. I It's cold. It is cold. All right, one more video. What should we watch? What? You said that I'm not talking to you right now. Of course you are.
Okay, Dad, there's a table behind you, not white behind you, so you have room to like get back, but big coffee.
Thanks, Bubby. Wow. Haven't Volt put any videos out? Or was it a quiet day from him? Yeah, I'll try not to. I'll make sure I'm paying attention. Yeah, he used to watch this speech. But let's see. Man. Plonk him. Okay. Yeah. Are you okay, Bobby? I'm sorry, Mom just whacked you in the head. All right. How do we get my... As man. I don't know. Have a break today. Oh, let's see.
So this is one of the reasons why Republicans are losing. This is the reason. This is a huge reason, and until people like this is the Republican version of the trans issue. It is an issue that people overwhelmingly do not support, overwhelmingly do not want to be controlled by, do not want to have conversations dictated in service of or in favor of. They just don't want to be involved. I think a lot of Republicans have a resentment for Israel because of they think that Israel, plays a big role in influencing politics here in America. I think that there's a tremendous amount of resentment there. But whenever you compare the resentment with the actual fact that most Americans probably think Israel is fine, but they just don't want to be controlled by them. That's all. And that's the issue, right? Nobody has a problem. Not nobody. There are some people that do have a problem with Israel. But I think that the majority of people just simply don't want them calling the shots, right? There's no thinking it. Yes, exactly. So you have and this is the thing to me, right? I see this, and I think to myself, why the fuck would I vote for this retard? Why would I vote for this guy? And this is, by the way, this is my governor right here, Greg Abbott. Why would I vote for this fucking retard whenever you have 2 Israeli flags, 3 Israeli flags, 3 things I stand with Israel, and only 1 American flag?
In the US.
I'm sorry, guys, but that's just not for me. That's not for me. I'm an American. I'm a Texan. These should be Texas flags.
Yeah.
That should stay the same. And this should say I stand with, I don't know, ICE, the police, firefighters, first responders, something like that. Anything except for Israel, right? And so anyway, no Texas and no Texas flags. I'm okay with state flags. I am. I think state flags are fine. And so anyway, it doesn't deserve your vote. America first, America for Americans. And yes, and at the end of the day, this is one of the things that I think Democrats have lost because of, is that Democrats have been corralled into the idea of voting for the lesser of 2 evils. And I think that Democrats decided not to vote for the lesser of 2 evils whenever they didn't vote for Kamala Harris. They didn't want to. They were demoralized. They didn't want to vote for her. She talked like a retard. She didn't do what they wanted. She didn't say the things that she wanted. She wasn't, you know, charismatic enough, or for whatever reason, they just didn't want to have her. Groypers are taking power. Well, I don't think that necessarily not wanting to have 6 reminders inside of one frame that your country is being occupied.
What love us? Are you kicking? You kicking? Go ahead. Strawberry shortcake. What you doing, strawberry shortcake? Hi.
Oh, is that?
Yeah. Hmm?
Nickname you gave her?
No. I'm working through them. She's got a list of them so far.
I don't say baby.
Yeah, she does look like a little baby doll.
Oh.
You want me to hold you? Want me to hold you? You want to say hi? Yeah. Want to say hi? Want to say hi, Dada?
We're gonna on the vacuum real quick.
Want to say hi, Dada?
We're gonna vacuum. So you might want to.
We'll be okay.
Say that.
Hi, baby. All right, baby. You okay? Hi, baby. She is a big baby girl. 10 pounds when she was born. She's probably like 15 right now. I can't even walk her around the house anymore. Grown too big. What, baby? You okay? You okay? You okay? I don't know how old this one is. This big one.
By another country is not being a groyper. That's being an American. This isn't Nick Fuentes. This is common sense. Like, what are we doing? 7? They keep multiplying. This wasn't there the first time I saw it. So yes, anyway, wasn't this an Israeli event where Abbott was a guest? Kind of makes sense, no? Maybe, right? But like, whenever you see things like this that happen, here's the problem, is that you see it constantly. It's not one thing. I'll watch this. Listen to this.
Like everything I'm reading, and it's like, if you have a problem with any of that, you hate Jews and you are a Nazi.
Yeah. It's just not gonna, it's not working. And so the right is, like, there are 2 factions inside of right-wing politics right now. There are America First conservatives, and there are international traditional, you know, neocon, Israel, like, you know, like lobbyist people, right? Like, there are 2 groups of people here. And the infighting is why they're losing. They're losing because they're infighting. The reality, though, is that, again, the Israel issue is the Republican trans issue. I think 80%, a huge amount of voters are demoralized, completely fucking demoralized by the fact that they have politicians playing, like, kowtowing and playing patty cake with Israel constantly. It is. It's a massive thing. And the more that you play into that, and the more that you try to, like, oh, no, this is normal, this is fine, that's the problem. Pull it as you did with the trans stuff. is not being pro-Israel, prioritizing a foreign country. So it's about 70-30. It looks like it's about 70-30 so, right? I mean, we've got like 1,000 votes in here. It's probably going to stay about the same, right? Is being lobbied by Israel a deal breaker? For me, I would say that the answer to it still, for me,
not a good
is no, it's not a deal breaker. Because I'm pragmatic and I realize that there are other things that I would want to have happen, even if it's by somebody who I dislike. However, I think that for enough people, it is. 30% retards? Well, 30% of people might just be saying, okay, well, there are other things that I care about more than that, right? And so that's it. And so do we have military bases in Israel? Yes, exactly. You could even say that it is one. And anyway, let's go back. I'll listen to the rest of this.
You are a Nazi. I was like, what? Wait. I don't like my politicians not knowing which country they love more. I don't like being...
This is ridiculous. If you can't immediately answer, who are you voting for? Who are you voting in the best interest for? American citizens or Israeli citizens? And you're in the American fucking government? I think, you know what? If you can't answer that question...
Yeah, what are you doing, fishing? Rapper. Oh.
Again.
All right.
Woo!
All right.
I have a different question. Do you want to go to Israel today or tomorrow? Because you're getting a one-way ticket there and you're never coming back. That's my opinion. That's it.
censored for pointing out things that are true. I don't like a foreign country dictating censorship terms and destroying the First Amendment in my country.
Exactly.
I don't like being
like TikTok
surveilled by drones run out of Israel. I don't like America or Germany's cybersecurity in the hands of Israel.
Yes.
I don't like the...
And I think that also Israel overplayed their hand whenever they showed how good they were at killing terrorists. Think about it like this. If they can pinpoint to surgical accuracy the exact apartment building that a fugitive, running from Israel, doing everything they can to hide from Israel, military officer is in Iran, and they can bomb and kill him inside of his apartment and not even affect the rest of the building.
Yeah.
That's scary. And the thing is, I bet the United States intelligence is that good too. Probably, I would hope so,
better.
right? I mean, we've got a lot more fucking money. I hope it's even better. Yeah, that's how Trump finds out where these people are, and he bombs the fucking boats, right? That's how he is. And so they did overplay their hand with that, though. And I think in doing so, they also earned a tremendous amount of trepidation. Because now you see, like, oh my God, these fuckers aren't messing around. This is serious. And I think that's a big reason, too.
Sycophantic dedication that American politicians have to Israel when Israel seems ready and willing to pivot to China the moment they don't get what they want from us. Why would we be okay with any of this?
Yes.
And why would opposing this have any bearing on how we feel about Jewish individuals?
Exactly.
It's a ridiculous lie. Anti-Semitism doesn't exist, isn't a real thing. And
I think anti-Semitism does exist. I think it is a real thing, but it does not exist in the way of opposing Israel makes you anti-Semitic. Like, for example, like being Jewish is two things. It's some people are Jewish ethnically, some people are Jewish religiously, some people are both, right? I think that if you're against people ethnically for being Jewish, that's anti-Semitic. I think that if you're against people that are Jewish for whatever reason because they're part of Israel or they believe in a religion, that you could say it's anti-Semitic, but like fundamentally, Judaism is a collection of ideas. It's a collection of ideas, same as Islam is or Christianity. Everybody should be able to have any trepidation, any opinion that they want on a collection of ideas.
their outrage and their panic right now is revealing that our peaceful revelation of the scams is having a massive and powerful effect.
Yeah. And so anyway, I think this is the main issue, right? This is 100% why people can't grasp this. People's religion is separate from their entire identity. Yes, exactly, right? Separation from church and state until you need to blur the lines and call your opponent racist or anti-Semitic. Yeah, obviously, right? But anyway, so that's really what the big problem is. And I think that's the main reason why a lot of people have been alienated. It sucks that the right are stuck fighting over Israel when they agree on 99 out of 100 other issues. The problem is that if you are being occupied, let me see here. Main issues American, not Israel. Let me see here. I'll see if I can find the rest of this here. Encourage Israel supporters and its critics, including Tucker Carlson, to keep this in mind. I think that if you want me to be honest, the main issues that a lot of people vote on are basic needs issues. They are basic needs issues more than anything. But yes, a lot of people so here's the problem, okay? And I'm going to compare this to the trans issue, okay? Anybody who thinks that a biological male that transitions to a woman should
I think the Israel thing is part of the issue, that there's people in government that seem to support Israel more than they support the United States, honestly.
Compete against biological women in women's sports.
But I think the bigger issue is
the belief that there is a parity there or any equality there
are very
is equivalent to me to the belief that the earth is flat.
Interviews, except for Trump.
I mean, it's basically it's just as scientific as the earth being flat. It's ridiculous.
The House.
Everybody knows this isn't true. It's crazy. So the problem is that whenever you see a person that says that, it makes you question everything else that they believe, because it shows that their mental faculties and their opinions and their values have been compromised. And I think that that's the same thing with Israel.
I believe
is that it's not necessarily that it's such a big deal. It's that if it's not such a big deal, then why won't you relinquish it? why won't
think
you move
government
away from
officials
this?
should be
If you actually think it's not a big deal and
representing
people are
Israel with their flags and
overreacting,
everything in
then
office.
why are you still focusing on this and pushing it so hard?
Yeah.
Do you see kind of what my difference here is?
Ah,
And so, yeah, it's expanding
You're
our theory.
pushing it too far
Well, what my
over.
point is that these issues
now you're
are,
pushing it too far the
they're
other
not
way.
necessarily like the
There,
trans
there
issue.
you
Like, I
go.
mean,
There's
who,
a nice
like
medium
0.6%
spot.
of the population is trans. Like, this is not a big fucking issue, right? It's not like, oh my God, this is something everybody has to deal with all the time. It's really not. But what is an issue is the ideology and what the ideology represents, because a lot of people don't view it as adhering to their reality. That is the same thing as Israel. That's the main thing. And Israel is more hated than terrorists. Like, I'm no Israel fan, but that just sounds ridiculous. I don't think that people like Hamas either. Like, if we were supporting Hamas, I think people would be angry about that too. Like, again, I don't think that we want the people that are against Israel don't like Hamas.
Over here.
Like, or at least a lot
Like,
of them don't.
the
I mean,
chair
I'm
in
sure
front of the
some of them do,
fireplace
but the
and then
majority
put
of them
the
do
three little
not.
chairs.
So yes. And it's not one or the other. Yeah, it's neither. I think for a lot of people, how many of you guys who are Americans
Move the chair over more though.
think that?
But yeah, it's too fluffy. I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna move this chair out of the way, but I don't know where we'd put this chair in front of the fireplace. But let me hold her. Okay.
Do it. Oh. No.
Scroll won't put through. Yeah. Well, here's another thing you could do. You could angle that chair out towards me, almost that it's like this way. I don't mind it. And then you could adjustments.
I'm trying not to touch your set.
You're okay. Well,
Yeah. Oh no. You're not doing
What? Don't touch it. Oh, please, buddy. Tree behind it. I mean, you can always turn this out a little bit more. Put more of that space. I was literally thinking it doesn't matter. It's the same width as it is. So I can turn this back now and yeah, they can suck it up. You're not showing anything. That's good. Normal. Back to normal.
It's not about Israel or, Hamas or Palestine. It's about America. That should be the focus.
Yep.
It doesn't matter, like, oh, yeah, well, going on over there, like, there's this other thing going on, and, like, there's this other thing in Iran, and, yeah, we bomb Iran, okay, that's done, it's over, it's done in 3 hours, all right? Finished, completed, done, that's it. But everything else besides that is the issue, right? Always America first. Yes, America first, 100%. And that's really the way I see it. This, by the way, I wanted to show you guys this right here. This is the reason why people like Mandami are winning. Right here. This is the actual reason. It's not because of brown people, stupid women, or Muslims. It's because nobody can buy a fucking house. Nobody can afford a fucking house. Nobody can afford to have kids. They can't pay for their health care. They can barely afford a phone. They don't have a good job. They're going to have to work until they're 85. They have health problems that they can't take care of, so they're not even going to live that long anyway. They're fucking tired. Or groceries. Yeah, you can't afford food. Like, you can't afford fucking food. Like, the end of the day, Israel is a, you have like the Maslow's, this is a topic. So this is a very, very well understood topic, right? Is that this is how I would explain the way that politics are going right now. Creative activities, esteem, all of this prestige, all of these things here are things like Israel, mass migration, trans rights for people that are not trans. Obviously, if you are trans, it's a much lower on the pyramid. But these are abstract social issues. They're not immediate and they're not direct. Security, safety, food, water, warmth, and rest. If you don't have these two bottoms of the pyramid, you don't have a fucking pyramid. You can't run on these and then... oh, fuck, I thought it was a wasp. Never mind, it's just a little gnat. But anyway, yeah, you can't run on these without having these. These are the foundation for these values. Yeah, wow, how do you know Maslow's period? Because everybody knows this. Literally everybody knows this. And so, yeah, this is the most obvious thing. And so, except people in support of Israel would argue that it's in part of the safety needs. How do you reconcile that? So our safety needs is that we have to micromanage a bunch of like terrorist factions in the Middle East. Well, I don't really know about that. I mean, I feel like we've been doing that for 20 years and it didn't really make America that much safer either. I don't think so at all. Like, Israel isn't a neighboring country to the USA. Yeah, exactly, right? And so it sounds legit. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, absolutely not. I don't want to micromanage a bunch of, like, Muslims on the other side of the world and try to decide who gets to control, which monument, right? It's crazy. Let them figure it out. They're going to deal with it. And I think, honestly, they want us to do that. I think that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai, Syria, probably even Iran, probably just want us to leave them the fuck alone. Really, they just want us to leave them the fuck alone. They don't want to have to deal with it. They don't want to have to fight us. They don't want to have to, like, have a war with us or anything like that. Absolutely not. Like, because you think about it, they also operate under this same pyramid. They do. They operate. They're not going to be thinking about, oh, America being full of, like, oh my God, it's full of gay people, and oh no, like, we've got to go kill them, and oh, we're going to go do another 9/11. Like, what the fuck? No, they're not going to be thinking about that whenever they're getting attacked and bombed. They're going to be thinking about how can we just live our lives. That's it. And so if you don't understand this pyramid in the concept and how to apply it to politics, you will always lose elections. You will lose elections every single time. Because you fundamentally do not understand how people think. And that's the main point that I'm making with this. More than anything else, you do not understand how people think. You can't live your life under constant threat. Yes, exactly. Well, extremists are thinking about that. Extremists are everywhere. I mean, like, you can't. Are we going to stop? What? Oh, great. We spent 20 years in the Middle East to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe we should just leave them the fuck alone? Let them figure it out themselves. If they're getting ready to bomb us or they're talking about making nuclear weapons, then just go blow it up and then leave. We don't need to have an ongoing occupation for years and millions and billions of dollars sent over there for years. You can't control everywhere. I mean, what are we doing? The problem is Israel understands the pyramid. They play everybody against each other. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, like, I think there's a little bit more than that. And so anyway, well, we succeeded because the Taliban's let it being Tappy Pipeline now that we gave them Afghanistan. So after we basically gave the country back to the people that we tried to get rid of out of the country, now we're able to just negotiate with them. So why couldn't we just do that before we blew them up and we spent $1 trillion? Spent trillions of dollars on this, trying to blow up Afghanis, people in Afghanistan. What are we doing? And now we're negotiating with the same people. And now, so we just wasted 20 years, like thousands of lives, millions of lives, including theirs, and they remember that. Even if you think you don't care as an American, they care. That's why there's new Taliban members. That's why, I mean, again, and this is another thing, and I'll get into this. I don't want to get too much into the Middle East thing, okay? Because this is only one piece of the puzzle. But one of the big pieces of the puzzle here is very simple. If you look at a lot of the guys in ISIS, the guys in Hamas, and I'm not talking about, like, obviously the leaders are, like, much older men, but, like, the guys that are actually going around doing the shooting, many of those young men that were in ISIS were men that spent their entire childhood, from every year that they were really basically aware of their own existence, occupied by a foreign force, which was America. I'm sorry, but if you spend your entire childhood living in a country where you are being occupied by a foreign military force, you are looking to breed extremists. You are. Yep, and you can say, obviously, I'm not justifying ISIS. ISIS are awful. And I'm glad that they're basically gone, right? Now they've turned into something else. And I think one of the guys there runs Syria. But, you know, again, and now we're dealing with him, by the way. And so, and again, that's another good example. We had all these problems with this guy. Now he runs Syria. He's going to come to the White House, and we're going to move past this. They're gone? Yeah, they're pretty much, yes, exactly. They're not doing the same shit that they used to.
Evil. That's
and so
just
move the fuck
right
away
now,
from
though.
them. Leave them the fuck alone.
Do not trust them at all.
So anyway, we blew them to pieces and hope their children will work for us. Yeah, exactly. Like they radicalized, America radicalized an entire generation of Middle Eastern young men by occupying their country for the majority of their life.
It is really a margin. And there's always going to be a margin of extremists. Radicalization was from their religion, not necessarily from the United States. The United States just was on their land, so it justified them to become extremists in the eyes of their book.
Lives. They did. And I'm actually surprised that it's not worse. I'm surprised that we don't have more terrorist attacks. I'm surprised that we don't have more ISIS attacks. We don't have more terrorist factions that are directly trying to attack Europe and attack America. It's shocking that it's not more after a 20-year occupation. So, and again, nobody won. Do you know who won? The guy that died yesterday. Dick Cheney won because of that. So the main reason why I think they're winning, this is what I think happens every 2 and every 4 years. Every 2 and every 4 years, things get worse. Things get more expensive. The average income relative to productivity goes down. This has been going on for 50 years. Every single year, every 2 years, and every 4 years, we think to ourselves, okay, finally, we elected a Democrat, and a Democrat is now going to take office, and things are going to get a little bit better, and everything's going to improve. 4 years go by, nothing changes. Then it's like, all right, well, that didn't work. We're going to elect a Republican. That's going to fix everything. All right? And then after that, we're going to have everything change, and everything's going to go back to the way it used to be, back down here. And then, no. Okay. All right. Well, then now we're going to go with the Democrat. No. Well, now we're going to go with the Republican. No. Now we're going to go with the Democrat. Nope. And then more and more people keep flipping. It's like, I don't know, like, I guess it's like changing the, you know, like you're sleeping on your pillow's warm, and then you turn it over, and then you just wait for the pillow to get warm again. So the real problem is that neither Democrats or Republicans have really made any tangible impact on improving day-to-day American problems. And I think this is on purpose. And the reason why it's on purpose is because it ensures them ping-ponging back and forth about keeping and maintaining power. That's what's happening. Yeah, this is by design. And so now you had Trump take office. And again, this is why I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't. And this is what I was worried about. I wasn't worried that Trump was going to be a dictator. I was worried that he wasn't. I was worried he was going to limp dick it the whole way through. And I've seen so many posts about this too, by the way. Let me go back over. I'll see, because I thought I got promised a dictator. I got fucking scammed. I'm scammed. What's going on here? Let me go over and see what this is. Yes, here we go. This is what happens when you don't arrest people from the deep state. How many deep state actors have been arrested? How many people have been charged with sedition and treason? 0. How many Epstein clients have been revealed? 0. World War III. I don't really think this is that accurate, but okay. Keep sending endless money to Ukraine and Israel. This is absolutely a problem. COVID vaccines don't really care about this much. Carry out Israel first, America last presidency. Yes, exactly. And so basically, Republicans lost votes because they became Israel first and continued spending, ditching Doge. Yeah, exactly. The idea of Doge, like how many of you guys, whenever Elon came up with the idea of Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, thought, oh my God, I hope they get to the Pentagon. I hope they get to the military. How many of you guys foolishly believed that this might happen? Or hoped. Or hoped. Hope is enough. I did. That's what I wanted. They didn't do it. People elected Trump to do the things. Before he got elected, do you know what he did? He put out a crypto coin. Yep. I didn't think it was a big deal, right? It's not a big deal that this happened. But it is when nothing else happens. It's kind of like, you know, if you ever had like a fucking a relationship with another person, a girl, a guy, whatever, and this person, maybe they leave food on the living room table where you're not supposed to leave food on it, right? Or they spill something on it and they don't clean it up. And in a normal situation, this would be totally fine. It's not a big deal. But because of everything else, all of the other things, every single other fucking problem.
Yeah, I'm not as pessimistic as Asman's being. Gay marriage may be overturned. Put back to the states.
Decision to overturn. I mean, their lives literally would be in danger. Given what we have seen from these LGBTQ plus ideologues, their rhetoric online and in person, I genuinely think they would be too afraid to even make this decision. Just in a totally self-interested way, I think their lives would be on the line.
Well, let me. I agree with you, and
I'm not even trying to speak that into existence. It's just that's the way it is now.
I think it's true already, and I think it'll get worse. But you made the point. I guess your point was there's no harm in having gay marriage. I don't want to paraphrase.
I guess what I'm saying is that it's very clear to see the damage done by abortion, right? Yeah. I mean, if you're a conservative, and again, even people that aren't conservative, but I mean, you can look at that. You can look at literally millions of lives that are terminated in the womb, and at various points along that life developing within the mother. And I think that I've always found it to be a pretty logical argument that, like, yes, listen, at some point, that goes from not just your body, your choice. There's another body inside your body. But when it comes to gay marriage, we've now had that. It's been in states even before it was federal, and we've seen that it's not going and cascading, I believe, into affecting other people's lives in a detrimental way. It is allowing these people to have their life, to go live their life. And I think that it would be detrimental. I do. I think it would be detrimental to go back on that now.
So I'm curious, Mary, you didn't agree with that, and I'm curious to your thoughts.
I think it's an encroachment on the church, honestly. When previously, of course, marriage was understood to be a religious sacrament. I don't think of it as a civil right. And gay people were perfectly free to live however they wanted to. They were free to, cohabit, to have, what was the name of the in-between? It was like something like common law marriage, but it was given a different name. There are a lot of people who argued for that. Civil unions, like things like that. But I think that demanding marriage in particular, to participate in that social institution in particular, I believe that is.
But why should the government be involved in anybody's marriage?
Because it's a public act that
because of taxes.
The rest of society.
Well, but this is my point, though. I mean,
because
shouldn't you be able to say
rearing of
this
children?
person...
Oftentimes, I mean, it really even goes without saying the fact that this has cascaded into damaging effects on society. The slippery slope has already been observed in the last 10 years. Very quickly. So the slope is slippery. It's not a fallacy.
I can give you one tangible, real example. I'm very much with you on the two people privacy of their own home and all that stuff. I've always kind of been there. But something happened. There is no anchor. There's no point at which we say this is where we stay as a society. These are the rules we have set. So we covered this video from back in like 2010 of Jack Black and a bunch of Hollywood celebrities, SNL cast members, doing a musical for Proposition 8 in California about gay marriage. And in it, the conservatives in the video say they'll teach kids about sodomy. And then all of the liberals run to vote against it. And they go, wait a minute, that was a lie. And the conservatives respond by saying, but it worked, so we don't care. Except, literally now where we are is, the argument for why children should be taught sodomy in the classroom, and we've debated these people on the show, is that so long as gay marriage exists, children should be taught about it. So now what happens is, the tangible real example was, we had someone come on the show and say, there's a teacher in Florida who's gay, and he has a picture of his husband on his desk. And the student says, who's that? What should the teacher do? And I said, respond with, it's private family business, and it's not for children. And they respond with, that's not fair because kids know that Mrs. Smith married Mr. Smith, and now you're discriminating against gay people by saying they can't learn about gay marriage. And when it comes to sex ed, this is how gay married people engage in it. They started then putting books in schools directly. You know what? Earmuffs for your kids, because we've covered this before, but here we go. One of the books that was in the school curriculum in Chicago, Florida, a bunch of states actually, taught children about scatological scat. Yeah. About teaching them how to eat feces. And the argument was these are all part of the LGBTQIA sexual experience, and sex ed must teach it. So the argument now is, if gay marriage is a legal function of society, you cannot discriminate against gay couples' sexual practices in sex ed.
And I would argue that you can still allow people to protect that. You can still protect gay marriage and also have a conversation. We shouldn't have any of that garbage in any schools, whether, by the way, it's sodomy or otherwise. I don't know why we're not putting it on the parents to have conversations about sex at home. Why do we need to be telling kids about all that stuff in school? Take all of it out of school.
Both ways. It was always a play for more territory.
But I think that's reaching. I think that there are people perhaps in the higher up levels of the LGBTQIA or whatever it is that might have the activists, whatever, that have agenda. There are plenty of normal, wonderful gay and lesbians who just want to live normal lives and just want to be able to have that ability and have the ability to marry their loved one and live out their life together and be able to have the rights in the hospital and have the rights when it comes to taxes and have all of those things.
And I agree with all that, but there is no, so when I was, 15 years ago, when all of my friends were like, exactly the point you made, we all agreed with, we were like, that should be the standard. Obviously, it's the privacy of your own home. We're not talking about this stuff in schools. We're saying they deserve the rights. They should be able to see their loved ones in the hospital. This is the basis of Obergefell v. Hodges was recognition of his marriage after his partner died. However, there is no world where you have this easily compartmentalized social structure, meaning it's all gradients. It all bleeds together.
I understand.
When you have teachers, doctors, people walking down the street holding hands, TV shows, the cultural elements of that expand outward. And it ends up with a scenario where we're now debating why LGBTQ activists demand sodomy, scat, and other weird things. I'll refrain from saying the more graphic stuff that we've seen in these books in schools. Why are we fighting here? Why did the battlefield become don't teach kids about sodomy?
Like, wing it. It hits the banana's foot. Well,
Done listening to some people talk. Snip open? Do not. Let's open that first. More ridiculousness on X, of course. Always on X. Get Rep Summerly with Sonda Paker, the dog shocker. People supporting Nancy Pelosi. My timeline has been so screwed up lately. Bye. Wrap it in lights then. Or find which bulb was burnt out.
trees that don't walk. Pretty lit up. Oh. I was like, oh. I was like that. Like, the box. Oh. Christmas music. Yeah. What we should do on yeah, for them not to be for them not to get
You can. I was listening to my own music. Yeah, that's fine. Eh. It looks good. Let's try. I'm here for.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. My brother Loki imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
Water, buddy.
Life must prevail over death. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Yep.
Safe travels, adventurers. I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I. Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead. Behold the god of thunder! Behold the god of thunder! Alas, a champion has... Taste cold steel.
No.
Success.
But I keep on. Alright, guys. Listen, I got that free in the street.
Why am I getting wrecked? Just don't get it.
Okay. So other than go ahead.
Touch.
So.
Literally hits me with one hammer smash. I did. 11 times. Holy cow.
No time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Do some decent damage and have some survivability now.
Far from over.
Darn it.
More will soon arrive. Life must prevail over death.
No, it didn't. Yep. Oh, don't throw that.
There's a baby.
Yep.
Rise, my fist of yours. The god of battle has just begun. I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I. Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead. Life must prevail over death.
Exploding.
I don't quite.
Fought well, but the war is far from over.
It's sometimes. Oh, this.
$115 million damage. Oh, geez. They came from behind too? No. Be able to kill her.
Put on wait. Go. Good. Go up to oh. Hey, you're. We're gonna stop playing. Like my mom just had a
I could use more water whenever. Just more water. I have ice.
Undead warriors will soon arrive. Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Let Diva alone.
No.
Can you repeat your success? Life must prevail over death. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Alas, a champion has rise like fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun.
I'm dying so much. Thank you, buddy.
Eternal as I. For this mission.
These explodey guys. Eli, come on, bud. Give me a hug. Stop whining. Love you. Let's bleed. No. He kills zombies with me. Well, they're partners with me right now.
But can you repeat your success?
Oh, they're doing a lot more damage to me now. What are you doing?
Melt. So melt. So melt. It's so tasty.
Oh, okay. Watch it. I'm playing a game here. I don't want you to have your monkeys on my desk.
No, it can do it by itself.
It can't. I'm gonna move it around the map.
Dora is mad.
Thor is mad. Doing extra lightning bolts.
Is he or not?
Where's Namor looking down? Gotta focus on her, unfortunately. Oh, I beat him. Well, I can't do it. Oh, they're just coming out everywhere. What?
But the war is far from over. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Get me out. Exploding ones.
Behold the god of thunder!
Damn.
Can you repeat your success? Life must prevail over death. Is far from over.
Right. Cornered that one. Split of damage fest? Yeah, no, there's so many orbs. It's ridiculous. So close. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Yeah. Oh, is that the new Wolverine? I like that. What would I want to eat? Do that. Come on. Fadingly hungry. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. Jack. I'm sure. Yes. Fine. Yeah, he's been busy.
Here's the jackpot.
Yeah.
Why do you have ketchup? You don't need ketchup. Yeah.
Mom brought it to me. So many M&Ms.
People are so mad about Steam because they've effectively created a monopoly by just being good. They're calling Steam a monopoly now because it's the best service and everybody's using it.
Every time these CEOs open their mouths, the only thing that spews forth is platitudes, nonsense, and a severe misunderstanding of not only their customers, but just video games as a baseline.
Yep.
We have Microsoft CEO coming out talking about how video game companies are no longer competing against one another. No, instead they're competing against TikTok. And the only way to be able to compete is with better margins. Why are you guys like this? I swear, the video game industry and video games are so easy to figure out. Just make better games. And I'm sure there's going to be...
And also, here's another thing. Make games. So many video games now are like... It's like a cutscene corridor. You're walking down an office building, and it's like, all right, turn to your right. Okay, so there was a explosion, and the planet got destroyed. And then, okay, next door, turn right. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, they're not making video games anymore. They're making movies. It's so obnoxious. Drives me crazy.
Some people that are going to say, LD, it's not that easy. And to which I respond, well, then you shouldn't be making video games. If you make a game that is good enough that I can't put it down, that means I can't pick up my phone.
Yeah.
Then we have Amazon out here lamenting their long-awaited exit from the games industry, tail between their legs, revealing their 15-year-long plan of buying a game platform, of building these studios and making games,
everything
of buying
failed.
Twitch, all of it was to fuel their ambition to take down Steam by buying them out of the industry. All the while they're failing, nobody's learning any of the lessons that need to be learned from any of this. So today, we're going to be talking about just how deluded these CEOs are and how little they actually think about or care about the games that are being made or the customers that they're supposed to be serving. How Steam still does nothing and comes out on top.
Because we don't want them to do anything. That's the secret. We don't want the new update. We don't want the big crazy change. We don't need the improvement to the UI. It's fucking fine. Stop messing with it. Just keep doing it. That's it.
One dirty little book is going to ruin everything.
Uh-oh.
But before that, I heard that you were having trouble finding gifts for this holiday season, and it just so happens I got your back.
What gift?
You ever seen a pen do this? Today's video is sponsored by Novium, the creators of the Hover Pen Interstellar, a pen that literally floats in midair. No tricks, no electricity, just precision-engineered magnets keeping it suspended like it's something out of a sci-fi movie. It's made from aerospace-grade aluminum. It feels great to write with, and it looks insane on my desk. The Interstellar even won the Time Award for innovation, and there's a premium version with an actual meteorite embedded in the tip, meaning that you can hold something that is older than the Earth itself. It comes in colors like space black, Neptune blue, and Mars magma, and the packaging alone
Does
makes
the red one spin faster?
A perfect gift for yourself or anyone else that appreciates something a little different. If you prefer something a little bit more customizable, check out the Hover Pen Future, which lets you switch between a fountain pen or a rollerball tip, still keeping that same futuristic design. Right now, you can get 15% off of all hover pens
That's
for the
actually
next 48
crazy.
hours and
I never heard about
10%
that.
after that with free shipping worldwide. Use my code LEGENDARY or click the link in the description or pinned comment. You can also use the QR code on screen to go straight to the website with the discount automatically applied.
I think this is a perfect bullshit YouTube ad. It is. This is the perfect, as seen on TV, call right now, and you're going to get your pen that's older than the earth. This is what YouTube ads need to be. Little things like this. This is perfect.
Novium for sponsoring today's video. For a while now, I've been wondering, contemplating why we have seen such a sharp decline in quality from AAA games. Where a lot of these harebrained decisions are coming from, how quickly this...
Because they hired a bunch of retards to make video games. That's the reason why. It's pretty fucking obvious, isn't it? I mean, I feel like it kind of is obvious.
Industry has just been carved up, commodified, part and parcel. It just feels like every single move is being made to just make things that much more worse. And I've been trying to just track this mindset down, get a finger on it. And I kept hearing about this book that's titled Press Play, Why Every Company Needs a Gaming Strategy. And it came out this year, and it's been endorsed by multiple brands, most notably by Xbox. And this book is crazy.
What a surprise.
The whole entire thing is basically a corporate handbook about how more companies need to get involved in gaming, not to make games, but to fuel their revenue, drive engagement, and to monetize attention in the digital age. I haven't even finished this book yet, but the opening chapter of it just tells you everything that you need to know. They start by celebrating Burberry and Balenciaga for selling cosmetics in crypto games.
We are so cooked. Oh my God. Attention monopoly. Yeah, this is crazy.
They framed the decline of cable television as an opportunity to be able to keep consumers constantly engaged with brand content through interactive worlds and video games. And they actually...
Who is this for? People that are like, it should be illegal to sell this book. It should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to sell a book like this. People are going to read it. They're going to make something stupid. They're going to hurt themselves.
They claim that this is why Microsoft doubled down on gaming, and it's why they spent nearly $70 billion buying Activision Blizzard back in 2023.
Yeah.
But not once, not a single time do they ever describe players as anything other than consumers, these flocks that need to be herded towards more ads, more spending, and more manipulation. There's no talk about why people play, what they enjoy, or what makes the experience worthwhile, because... well, that's just not the concern anymore. Not for these executives, and I think that we can see that mindset perfectly reflected in Microsoft's own CEO, Satya Nadella.
So I think that's what happens, right? Is that they're not even thinking about what the consumer wants. They're not thinking about what the player wants. They're thinking about how to make the most amount of money possible by selling these fucking games. That's the issue. We want entries in a spreadsheet? Yeah. It's like, that's what's so crazy is that all of these games come out that are just raw video games, things like Megabonk or games like Ball Pit or whatever. And you have so many of these indie successes that don't go and waste everybody's time making you do 50 dumb little tasks. It's just raw, direct, short form, fast-paced gameplay. That's all people want. And for some reason, it just can't be delivered.
The way we are thinking about gaming,
these big companies can't
first of all, now we're the largest publisher. After the Activision, so therefore we want to be a fantastic publisher. Similar approach to what we did with Office. We're going to be everywhere in every platform. But most importantly, the game business model has to be where we have to invent maybe some new interactive media as well. Because after all, the gaming's competition is not other gaming. Gaming's competition is short form video.
Okay, you're right. So here's what you need to do, bro. Y'all have this problem where you keep making video games that are cutscene simulators that aren't fun to play. So if you want to have people not put down not put down your game and look up TikTok, make your game consistently entertaining and consistently engaging, and don't sign games and make games that it's like you watch a 3-minute cutscene, you walk from one door to another door, you have a 2-minute cutscene, And then after that, you have to teleport somewhere else, and then it's a 5-minute cutscene. Unless that's the end of the game, that should never happen. Unless it is a story game with no gameplay.
And so if we as an industry don't continue to innovate, both how we produce, what we produce, how we think about distribution, the economic model, right? Best way to innovate is to have good margins. Yeah, because that's the way you can fund.
Not competing with other game companies. Now, that is a strategy. It's not one that I'd recommend to anybody else, but it does make a lot of sense coming from the premier publisher of some of the most, I'll pick it up on sale games in the industry. When you stop competing with the rest of the industry, your priorities shift and your quality shifts with it. I cannot be the only one that looks at nearly every new Xbox release and says, yeah, that's a video game, instead of saying, damn, that's something I need to play. How exactly does that fit?
A lot of the games that are in Xbox nowadays, I don't really feel like are that great. Like, I was really holding out for Doom the Dark Ages. I thought that game was going to be really good, and I just really didn't like it. I didn't, man. I thought it was just very flaccid.
Into your business strategy.
Extremely
and the part
flaccid.
that really gets me is when he starts talking about treating Xbox the same way that they treated Office. What? The Office business is sustained by other businesses and institutions, not individuals. I don't know a single person that uses Office at home. Most people are using Google Docs, Notion, or Obsidian. The entire model relies on corporate licensing, not customer loyalty, and trying to apply that thinking.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. I think that there's a lot of people, there's like an unspoken large amount of people that have home office. I do, because it really, they've spent so much time developing that kind of dependency on it. Yeah, I use Office at home. Yeah, I think a lot of people do, especially older people, like probably not people in our generation, but like even one generation above us, like people that are like 40 and over. I think a lot of them probably have Office. Maybe not a majority, but a lot.
Video games just proves how disconnected this leadership is. Their focus is completely shifted. Instead of building great games, they're out here trying to make sure that every single screen can run some version of their ecosystem. It's all about service expansion, tiered access, add-ons, subscription padding, more studios to be able to feed that pipeline, and cuts anywhere that do not serve that loop. When you're not competing with other studios, you are no longer competing on quality. And when you're competing with social media, all you're really doing is chasing engagement. And if your content isn't any good, well, neither is your engagement.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the problem is that the video games are just simply not engaging. This is a big problem that I think games have now, is that they are just very simply and very obviously not that engaging to play. I felt that way with Ghosts of Yotai a little bit. I felt that way with Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like, I logged on to the game, like, after I was playing it on stream, and I was pretty much done playing it on stream, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to play it off stream. I was like, I asked myself, I'm like, what am I really doing this for? Why am I really here? And then I quit.
Bro, just get it over with already. This is the slowest, most painful exit I have ever seen. Their next console isn't even a console. It's a hybrid console PC, reportedly shipping with Steam already integrated, which from a...
Brilliant decision, by the way. Xbox is actually making a great call with this. I totally support this decision.
Hardware standpoint, sure, that sounds fine, a mid-range build for people that want to get easier access into PC gaming, but it completely kills the point of Xbox as a platform. If Xbox games are already on Steam and Steam is going to be included with the console, then what exactly is Xbox supposed to be? Steam winning yet again by doing nothing. I am just...
Yeah, I think, honestly, the Xbox and... I feel like Steam has integration with... They're probably going to have it integrated with Game Pass, right? And so you're going to be able to play games with it on Game Pass and also with Steam, because they know that you have to have Steam, and also these games run on Windows, because part of like Microsoft's video game strategy is to also create an ecosystem that is continually reliant on Windows, because that's probably where they make a lot of money too.
Better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you.
We are you?
I'm serious. It is seriously amazing to me that like someone who's literally born with a silver spoon in his mouth, the most elite of the elite. Again, Ivy League professor, film producer, mother, never had a real job in his life, gets thrust into, not in a Zoot sense, but gets thrust into politics as mayor of New York City with no qualifications and saying, see, I'm just like the rest of you. That is indeed Fantasyland.
Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Yay, he said the Muslim thing, yay!
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties.
Columbia professors and rich film producers.
Why isn't he talking about the drug dealers? I don't understand.
And why does he keep talking about everyone at their jobs, their hardworking jobs, where they work hard at their jobs? And he's like the opposite of them and acting like he's one of them. It's like, how are people so stupid that they fall for this?
Why is he not talking about white people?
Yeah, what about white people?
To every New Yorker in Kenya.
It's funny. It'd be funny if he was going down the line and then he said, and dirty Turkish criminals. He would have lost his mind. But like, what? How dare you talk about Turkish people? How dare you? Sick.
Lexington and Midwood and Hunts Point.
And Jewish genociders. Boo! Waiting for him to say that.
Know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live.
All right.
And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week.
All right.
My brother, we are in City Hall now.
So how's this guy not going to, like, speaking just completely realistically here, how is this guy not going to need to drive his taxi 7 days a week now?
Because Zoran's gonna take money from rich people and give it to him.
Yeah, but he's saying things like, "Oh, and we're going to give free bus rides." And okay, what is a taxi driver? What's he need a free bus ride for? And is the free bus ride and the free this or
free bus ride?
I'd be
Put that
interested in
taxi
seeing how
driver
this
out of
works
business.
now. These guys are just liberated now.
Well, I mean, if the government's going to start doing that kind of stuff, that is going to take money away from cab drivers. I mean,
Dude, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. He's going to give free bus rides to people, so they will no longer have to use the taxi. But at that point, the taxi driver also no longer needs to drive his taxi because he can just use free buses. So therefore, he will ride free buses and go all the distance that he would normally go in with his taxi rides. Now, how will he afford anything else? We don't talk about that.
There's nothing else to afford, guys. Come on, be realistic.
I mean,
it is awesome.
We just gotta look at Venezuela. This is the same kind of crap they heard when Chavez got power, and what happened? It's now a hellhole. You put in the social policies. It sounds good on paper. We're going to make this free. We're going to make things more affordable in living, and then everything collapses. We've seen this again in history over and over again.
Yeah, that's what Thomas Sowell said. It was in the 1990s. And he said it way back in the 1990s. He said, we've spent the last 30 years replacing what works with what sounds good. And that's basically what socialism is. It's what sounds good to lots of people, but does not work. And you replace things that work with socialism.
Victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you.
But mainly for me.
The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force.
Of
Because
death
of
and
you,
destruction.
we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again.
Prove it.
Together we'll make New York City great again.
It's never worked once anywhere, but it will work now. Yay!
Just think about why this stuff doesn't work. I mean, when you say you're going to tax the rich, which is a common argument from the left, what are you taxing? Elon Musk does not have a bank account of like a couple trillion or $1 billion that he Scrooge McDuck dives into.
That's an important point. Yep.
Yeah, he's got money in property.
He has a company.
Businesses.
Yeah, he owns percentages of companies. That is something that it would be good for people to understand, right? So people here, Elon Musk is worth whatever it is, $300 billion. Elon Musk is worth $300 billion. They think he has $300 billion sitting in a vault or in a bank account or something like that. And why doesn't he just share that money? Because it's not money, really. Like a tiny percent of that will be money. The vast majority of that is he owns a portion of Tesla. And if Tesla is valued at this, then they say, okay, the portion of Tesla that you own is worth $200 billion. Therefore, that's part of your net worth. And you own this and this and this and this and that. And so when you say, hey, you need to go after him more to pay more, what are you actually saying? You're saying, Elon, you shouldn't have that big a portion of this company. So you need to sell part of your company and give it to the government, the least efficient thing on the planet, right? And give it to them. And that's what you need to do. And there's something weird. There is something, I understand taxes and stuff. And
it's worse than that. It's worse than that, because you're saying that if you're going to tax all the billionaires, okay, you want the money to come into the government. Well, they now have to sell their stock. They have to sell their property. Who's going to buy it? Well, other billionaires or millionaires but they have to sell their own stuff. So you don't. So when people say we need to tax the millionaires and the billionaires, they're not actually thinking about how that money is going to come into the government, because all that is put in stocks. It's in bonds. It's in property. It's funding jobs. It's funding pensions. It's building the economy we all live in. If you take all that money out of the economy and put it into the government, you've just made the economy worse. If you've taken all of that property, all those stocks, all that value out of the actual market, and it's been liquidated, and now it's supposed to be turned into profit to give to the government, instead of it working in stock in like Tesla, which goes to fund that kind of stuff, which helps to build the company, that kind of stuff. I mean, so when you say you're just going to tax the rich, you don't understand how this works. But this is what happened in Venezuela. They took over the oil companies and basically it was a private oil company. They made it public sector, and the value of that went down because now it's just owned by the government. It no longer has the value, no longer has people working for it that want to make a profit to pay investors. Investors can't fund money into those companies because it's just owned by the government now. You cause the economy to shrink when you do that kind of stuff. So this is the problem with these kind of socialist policies that people don't actually think about.
Yeah, and we kind of already talked about this, and it was included in there, but it's really important, guys, because people understand. When you hear, let's say, Elon Musk has $300 billion,
and he's going to realize he can't implement it because it's not at his level to implement. He owns portions of companies,
and those companies employ tons of people, right?
Musk's,
and so it's not like the money isn't doing anything, right? It's not like it's sitting in an account. Rich guys don't just tend to leave all their money sitting in accounts. They invest in things. They invest in companies, which allows those companies to hire people. So those people then have jobs. And when you're saying, oh, no, well, actually, Elon, your company, you're so successful with your company now that now your company's worth this insane amount of money, and therefore your portion of the company is worth this insane amount of money. You got to sell it. You got to sell it. It's like, why make a company then? If as soon as it is extremely successful, you start making me sell it off to give to you, why even try here? And the response of socialists is, exactly. Just don't even let us do all of that stuff. Let us do all the business, and you just sit there and take your hand out there. And the New Yorkers, yay, what a great idea. This will work in New York City.
Well, also, who's going to buy Elon's company? It's not going to be for the value it's worth because, you know, if you're trying to tax all the millionaires and billionaires, they now have to liquidate a bunch of stuff. So Elon's company will get sold for less of the value that it actually is. Well, so you've just devalued that.
Sofron's real goal is to make all the companies tank, and then the government buys them up.
Right.
Or just takes them.
That's socialist goal.
Yeah. Seizing the means of production. He's said that in a video.
Communist. Absolutely communist.
With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year.
And he's gonna ask for more.
Time and again, you have answered my calls. But
as a sign of thanks, I will live like a king for the next 4 years.
I have one final request.
He's gonna have a
New York
leopard
City,
bash.
breathe this moment in.
Get on your knees.
We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn.
Should be talking about breathing in the air in New York.
To my campaign team,
Has
who
a
believed
peace
when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today.
You have filled me with hatred for America, and your little boy,
it is all your fault.
Is going to destroy it for you.
I am so proud to be your son.
And to the Holy Land 5, whom I support with every fiber of my being.
And to my incredible wife, Rama. Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment.
Not even Prophet Muhammad.
To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before.
Wait, so you're trying to make New York great again?
There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same.
I trust him.
And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears.
No problem.
Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive.
Preach!
Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy.
Ooh, he doesn't care about Muslims, you see.
And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair.
Well, nothing like a good plate of hope for dinner. And a big bank account full of hope.
Sorry, kids, the government-run grocery store is out of food, so you're going to eat some hope and change tonight.
More hope? With hope sauce? And to the Al-Zut, thank you for impregnating my prophet with your manliness and inspiring me.
We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do.
Let your zoot.
Not in the zoot then.
Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru.
Another socialist.
A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood.
The streets will flow with the blood of the unbelievers.
About what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorello LaGuardia.
Here's the thing about that. Like, hasn't, like, the city basically been Democrat runs for, like, the past, like, 2 decades? Like, you had
Giuliani, and then, but yeah, before and after that.
Yeah, basically it. I mean, so, like, if you've been pushing progressive policies, like, you think a little bit of that would have helped. Now it's like saying, well, the thing is that, oh yeah, we were only doing a little, we were doing socialism light. Let's do socialism max. That'll fix everything. Why isn't it that it doesn't help with it? Socialism never works. And the answer is always, well, we just need more socialism. We didn't go too far to the left to fix this kind of stuff.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I would argue that if you start
lower
pushing
IQ
libertarian or conservative policies, we're going to cut taxes here, we're going to cut regulation here. You do see good things come out of that, little by little. I never see it on the other side where it's like, well, we didn't cut regulation enough. Like, it's like a little bit does seem to help, I would say.
That's all you need, guys. Everyone watching, if you want to know what this guy sounds like to me, just imagine that he dialed it up a little more and made it more obviously nonsense. But just imagine the same crowd cheering for it. And all you hard workers, you're all going to be billionaires. Yay! I'm going to take all the rich people's money and give it all to you, and we're all going to be billionaires. Yay! We're all going to be sitting down, being fed grapes like Ali Dawa, and that's going to be our lives. Yay! It's like, okay, how do you actually make this stuff work without destroying everything? That's the question.
An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
You see, he has an agenda. He said he has an agenda.
So, rent freezing is so bad. Like, if you tell a landlord you can only charge $1,000 for this apartment, okay, now you've just incentivized him not to invest a lot of money into that. Fix your water pipes? I don't have the money for that. What? Fix your stove? I don't have the money for that because I can only charge you so much money, and I have to pay taxes. I have to pay this. I have to, all sorts of other costs that go into these kinds of things. So like rent freezing always leads to lower quality because as the market changes and goes up, those apartments can't go up along with it. So I'm not saying the rent problem in New York is hunky-dory. It's obviously a problem. You're not going to fix that by rent freezing, though, without deregulating and trying to make it more of a competitive market. That's one of the main problems. Of course, New York's main problem is it's just overcrowded. It's like there's nowhere else to build anymore, so value just is going to increase in what is already there because you just can't go build new places. So you cannot increase the surplus. There's more demand than surplus. That's just basic economics.
With someone like him, seems like the goal. So you rent freeze, right? That's another thing. It sounds like a good idea, and can be in certain limited, if there's a temporary thing or a temporary problem and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But generally, the idea, guys, is hey, you're renting an apartment, and this guy cannot charge you. He can't raise the rent on you or something like that. Well, guess what? You have inflation, all kinds of other things, and changing property values and so on. And IP's pointing out, hey, if all of a sudden costs go up and I can't raise the price, then what happens? With someone like Mamdani, seems like the goal would be, well, then the government buys up all those properties that you don't want to take care of anymore, and then we control them all, and we buy up all the businesses and so on, and eventually we get our socialist dystopia.
Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. If you make buses free, now you've just ruined the value. No one's going to care anymore. Like, if you have to pay for a bus fare, it tells something in your brain, I have invested money into this. I should respect it. It goes back to the kid who's given, a sports car by his father. He never had to earn it or work for it. But he's going to be doing donuts in the parking lots. He's not going to care about the car. If someone has to earn a sports car, they take better care of it. That's just standard for anything you're going to invest. If buses are free, no one's going to really respect it. Like, no one's going to really actually think there's any value in there because they can just get on, get off, do whatever they want. It's going to decrease the quality again. This is just standard human psychology combined with economics. When you make stuff free, people don't respect it more. Like the guy that there was a guy that was putting out, I heard the story, but in the 50s he's putting out sunscreen. No one was buying his sunscreen. He increased the price of the sunscreen, and people started buying it like crazy because they saw it as more valuable now. So sometimes even companies will overprice things to make it seem more valuable than it is, and then people want to buy that because human psychology tends to gravitate towards that. We tend to value things that actually cost. When something is free, we tend to not really care that much.
As someone who rode the New York subway over and over and over and over and over again, I just think about apparently it got worse after I left, because then you ended up with like more violence and stuff happening, people pushing people over the tracks and stuff. Because here's what happens, guys. Now, I don't know what he plans to do about this. But you have people who are in mental hospitals, and you have people who have mental problems but are not in mental hospitals. They tend to hang out on the subway and on the buses. And they hang out definitely like in the summer when it's hot, they hang out on the subways and buses because they're air conditioned. And then in the winter when it's really cold, they definitely hang out on the subways and buses because it's warm. Kind of fun sometimes with some of the funny, crazy people. Not nearly as fun when it's the hostile and violent, crazy people and so on. But I'd be interested in how this free buses and so on works out for everyone. Well, what happens.
Why do you guys have a problem with free buses, man? I don't know, because they don't work, man. I don't know. Someone in the chat said, "Well, what should we charge money for playgrounds?" No, that's not what I'm saying. But I mean, I live in Tucson. Okay, The public playgrounds are covered in homeless people, graffiti, things are always broken. If I take my daughter to one of the trampoline parks or to a McDonald's play place, they're always kept better. So no, I'm not saying charge for playgrounds, but just look at the difference of what happens when something is public and free versus something that you have to charge for. When you go into those trampoline parks, you can't destroy things, but that happens often with the public places. There's graffiti all over the parks here. It just happens. This is human psychology. I'm not saying that's the way it should be, but it is the way it is. And this is the problem with socialists. They don't understand human nature. They did not understand what Immanuel Kant said when he said, out of the crooked timber of humanity, no straight thing ever formed. Humans are not just good creatures, and if you give them free buses, they're going to take care of them. No, they're going to abuse it because we're naturally selfish. We're naturally sinful, as the gospel says. And so that's why capitalism works and socialism doesn't. It actually is more in accord with our nature.
And I mean, people do pay for their parks. You pay that in taxes and so on. The question is, should everything just be covered by taxes? Like, should your car be covered by your taxes? Should your bus rides, should everything just be covered by taxes? According to these guys, yes. And that's the direction they want to head in. So if you think that's a good idea, I mean, I would have assumed that just by learning how communism, socialism always fail, and I would assume that at least you would see how completely incompetent governments can be, especially when they have no competition because they control everything. That the end, even if it sounds good, hey, the government will just control everything and give us everything, and then we work for the government, and the government gives us what we need. And as good as that may sound, it sounds awful to me, but as good as that may sound to you, it just doesn't work. There was a reason. There was a reason. If you were an American tourist and you went to the Soviet Union in the 1980s, people would be begging you, offering anything they have to get the pair of pants you were wearing, because the pants they made there were crap, because there's no incentive to do a great job, because you're getting paid the same if you're guaranteed a job and you get paid the same whether you're the greatest maker of pants in the world or you suck. There's no incentive that the harder I work, the more of a success I can make. There's none of that. It doesn't. So, and what happens? Everything goes to crap. And
socialism, communism tends to destroy Christian culture, as it historically did. That's what keeps people virtuous.
Because you need the state. You need the state to be God, and you can't have some other God that people are loyal to.
They do. The socialist makes the state God, and it replaces actual God. And this is what happens. Like, the more we go into big government, the more people depend on the government, and they don't look to God as the main source. I mean, this is one of the values of Western societies. We develop different institutions, whereas the socialist wants to return to some sort of like neo-primitive form where everything is under the rulers and the leaders. But in the Western society, we have different institutions. You have the church, you have the state, you have academia, you have media, and they don't all work for each other. But under a socialist communist, it all has to be, you have state-run media, you have state-run schools, you have state-run churches. It puts everything back under that. When you have different institutions that manage things, like a church that deals with people's virtue, and they're not being paid for by the government, they're incentivized to go out and actually win converts and make people virtuous, to actually preach the gospel, because they need to actually, justify why they belong in society. Whereas there, you'll see with state-run churches in Europe, a lot of them are apathetic. They're atheists. They just sort of like initiate weddings. They don't really care. You still need those. So yeah, this is another problem with socialism.
Now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come.
Not in the Zook thing.
Come on, I was thinking that was too far. I was thinking that was too far there, so I kept my mouth shut, and IP blurts it out.
Sometimes I can't control the inner thoughts.
Did you think about it too, AP?
No.
Oh, okay. getting slow in your peaceful time.
I don't have such a dirty mind.
Gosh.
New age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers.
Oh.
We will.
Okay, guys, keep in mind. Everything he's saying right now costs money. And he's already saying that all the free stuff he wants to give, guess what, guys? All the free stuff he wants to, it's not really free. Someone else has to pay for that, namely the government, who presumably will cover that with taxes. But now, if you're also talking about, and we're going to hire thousands to do this and thousands to do that and thousands to do, okay, that's all money. That's all that money has to come from somewhere, right?
Waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make
a freaking socialist complaining about complaining about a bloated bureaucracy.
You're literally gonna have to hire people to manage all of that. Like, who's gonna manage like the hiring of the new teachers and managing them? Again, socialism creates bureaucracy. How are we gonna avoid that?
This is crazy stuff. Interested in seeing how this works out. By magic, apparently. Apparently, he's a magician. Zoran the magician. That actually sounds like a magician, right? The great Zoran. The great Zoran. You see the sign? Come see the great Zoran. Hey, someone who looks like Zoran should do a skit of a magic act. The great Zoran, where he takes nothing and turns it into a big pile of money by magic.
Shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles...
What? He said years ago that he wants to defund the police. He said years ago that there shouldn't be a crackdown on crime.
Well, during this election,
work with the police.
Yeah, AP. Yeah. That was when it was a popular thing. The guy has there's no actual substance there. He's an empty vessel to be filled, not in the Zoot sense, but to be filled with whatever ideas are going to get you elected at a particular time. And
he did say in an interview that he regrets saying he thinks the police should be defunded. So he said like a couple of weeks ago he regrets that.
I have a problem saying that a couple of weeks ago when you're saying it in response to it being used against you in an election. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
In other words, a lot of New Yorkers turned off by that defund
statement.
I regret saying that when I said it, and it was a really popular thing to say, and I said it. Yeah.
It was just following the crowd.
Steady as a rock, guys. As steady as a rock.
The mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness,
then he started off by,
I will never mention Cuomo's name again. New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love.
I'm going to avoid New York at all costs. Tolls and all. Well, New York City specifically, but
one of the many black women
New York
that
doesn't
Donald
help
Trump
either.
has fired from a federal job. A single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down. Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too.
It is my struggle.
And we will build a city hall.
I'm going to write a book called My Struggle about how I will deal with the problem of the Jews.
Stand steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
It is. I mean, it is still amazing to me that this guy spent his entire, basically, life complaining about Islamophobia. And once again, Dad, There's a family of immigrants. A family of immigrants. They moved to the U.S. and the father, hey, Columbia University professor. Mother, let's make a bunch of films. Film producer. Son doesn't have to work at all and instantly becomes mayor despite no qualifications. Family of immigrant Muslims, and he can't stop complaining about how horrible it is for Muslims here. It's like, how can you cheer for that? It's like, stop your freaking whining, dude, and look around you. My goodness.
But at least he said that whole thing about anti-Semitism. Although the crowd didn't seem very enthusiastic about that, but he still stuck to that. So that's interesting.
Could the same thing happen in a Muslim country? Could a guy go up there and say Christians deserve to have power in government?
No, get your head.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You and me, IP. We'll go right to Mecca. We'll stand outside the Kaaba and we'll start screaming that.
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about.
Governments can solve all the problems.
That was the line people were pointing out. I'm glad people didn't lose their minds for it like they did for some of the other stuff. Like, apparently some people are like, that sounds a little, what? There is no problem too big for government to solve. Government is the solution to all problems. Nor any matter so small that government should not care. In other words, the government has to be involved in the tiniest little details of everything. And people, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, straight out of Big Brother, where there's cameras watching you in every room. Yay!
The government is watching you.
I mean, think about the homeless crisis. The government can't solve that because the homeless crisis is majority a mental health problem. I mean, like, if you're not going to get, it's hard to get people to go to rehab. They have to actually want to do that. They need to actually experience change. So a lot of the times these government-run rehab facilities don't do that good of a thing because the people have to change. You know what helps people get off the streets, get off drugs? Churches, because they give people a new sense of purpose that allows them to actually want to change and go through rehab and get off drugs. Okay, this is why in the West we have different institutions. Government covers some things, the church covers other things, and then it works together.
Al-Zut covers one other thing.
That's so Islamophobic. But anyway, the government can't do the things the church does and vice versa.
Yeah, that's the message. That's the message. Government needs to be doing everything. The government needs to be doing all of it. And people are, let's put this guy in power.
Yeah.
Well, what can you say? Hard to argue with actually winning.
Odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone.
I've heard everything too.
Everyone?
Easily.
Now I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from
Brave new world.
we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
Wild fantasy nonsense.
Run, Mamdani.
You can't have social.
Words, words, words.
Mamdani, I know you're watching, but you're taking this victory a little bit too serious to me.
Yeah, dude, lighten up, man. You won. You don't need to spike the ball.
You're not going to revolutionize. You're not going to change it into a whole different country, dude.
No, there's this.
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
And
if there's any way to terrify...
That would, but it would be more solid if, like, Donald Trump, like, surrounded the city with the military and stuff. Like, what? What? You declaring war on me, huh?
A despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
I still don't get it. Listen.
Sounds like the volume went down.
The crowd's easily amused.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed.
We will fight those who do not believe in Allah.
New York
Once
will
again,
remain...
Once again, to point out, he keeps talking about, this is for the working class. Oh, no, the working class is rising up. The working class is not the one that voted for him. It's actually the well-off that voted for him. So,
hey,
very funny.
Hey, David, I gotta take
doom
off.
themselves.
All right, man.
You were not supposed to be here to begin with, so.
Yeah,
well,
how
I
dare you?
know
Just came in at random.
How dare you?
This ain't Club Random.
CIP.
I'll see ya.
What? Do I have to hang up on him? Hang on. I'm gonna hang up on him.
The hell?
He just left him. He just left himself there.
Hold on,
what a nerd, man. All right, let's finish this one.
A city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants.
The city was not built by immigrants. New York City was not built by immigrants.
What are you talking about, man?
It was not built by immigrants.
Everyone was immigrants back then.
It was settlers, not immigrants.
You're a settler. Colonist.
It was
Down
colonists,
tonight,
not immigrants.
led by an immigrant.
Pause. Pause. It's so funny. They hate the colonizers. They hate the settlers. They hate the colonists when it's convenient. And then they equate themselves, the immigrants, to the colonists when it's convenient for them. So you see the inconsistency.
Guys, you hear this, right? It's like, that's right. We're all coming to your country from other places, and we're here to take this place over and colonize. I mean,
sounds like.
Wait, is that good or bad?
Immigrant.
I'm an immigrant and running this. Yeah. Can happen. Ever.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
Yeah, Donald Trump was coming. He was just coming to take over the city and destroy you all.
When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all.
That would have been a good time to bust out some rap lyrics. Sadly, it wouldn't work because he is the worst rapper I've ever heard in my life.
You know, even when I disagree with certain people, but they give like really good speeches, I'm usually like, okay, yeah, this is a good speech. With this guy, this is not even a good speech. This is just him
stealing other people's
satisfying
quotes
himself on stage,
Mhm.
In like a very strange way.
Yeah, it's like you said. It's like you went to ChatGPT and said, "Hey, ChatGPT, take the speeches of all the previous communists and socialists and so on who rose to power and sort of distill it into the most common stuff, and then make it way more narcissistic."
Yeah.
Like, okay, here
Give
you
me
go.
a bunch of one-liners about how good I am. It's so weird.
And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older.
No successes.
Here he goes talking about himself.
I am Muslim. Democratic socialists.
Hey, that was actually interesting. I was listening to the cheers to seeing what most of the people. So, Democratic Socialists was the biggest pop there. So that's what the bulk of the audience is most interested in.
And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
Islamist running New York
If
City.
tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time.
A chicken in every pot and a car in every garage. Yay!
And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read.
He thinks people open newspapers. Oh, sorry.
Headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back, and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success,
that's weird,
not
it's
scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back.
We will make New York great again.
Together.
Wow. Let me put this another way, in another historical setting that makes it a little bit more clear. Would you allow Adolf Hitler's personal plane to fly over the United States of America because you're scared if you shoot it down, you might start a war with Nazi Germany? The answer is no. You would shoot it down. You would shoot that thing down 100% because the United States did not give authority to that plane to fly through America, and it doesn't matter or not if we're at war with the Germans or not at that point. We would still shoot that thing down simply on the principle we didn't allow them here. So they were stupid enough to fly in the airspace and get the plane shot down with a little mustache man on it. So this is the same sort of situation we see today. We are not going to let Putin's bald little head fly through the airspace of Belgium above each and every single one of these drones and cause endless amounts of air traffic disruptions, endless amount of economic damage to the tune of millions each time this happens, and also put people's lives in danger. It's putting people's lives in danger, whether you believe it or not. There is going to be a point here in the future, folks, that this is going to end up killing people. I can promise you that. We don't know how many of them it's going to be yet. Could be a couple, could be a dozen, a few dozen, maybe 100 or a couple of hundred. It is going to end up killing someone. And then we're all going to sit there and go, why didn't we deal with this up until now? And the reason that we didn't is because people are scared. The folks in every single European government are scared of doing anything. And I don't know why they're so scared, because I would hope that the authorities here within the United States, or at least our leadership here in the United States, would be 100% behind the idea of telling these countries that they should be shooting these drones down, and we should be encouraging them. We should be encouraging them every step of the way. This is ridiculous, not only for our sakes, but for theirs, that this keeps going on.
And also, by the way, another thing that's pretty telling that we haven't really touched on before, notice the lack of press coverage of this. This is still a major deal. I know it's gotten sort of normalized now that these drones are flying over NATO airspace, but look at the lack of press coverage. This is something here that should be getting round-the-clock coverage on mainstream news networks, but you're not seeing a single mention of it anywhere. I can't find a mention of it on mainstream pretty much anywhere. Now, if you live in those countries, you might hear about maybe some sort of press release from the airport, but other than that, there's not much coverage. They're making it seem like it's a side note, which is interesting. Also notice there's a lack of photo evidence coming out of any of this, considering the fact that the airports are literally visually contacting these aircraft or these drones, whatever they are. They're seeing them, and there's barely any photo evidence at all of it. It seems like they're trying to purposely tamp it down so that way the public's not really aware of it, and nobody's really talking about it the way they should. It should be reported on widespread, but it's not.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I see some people saying, well, the U.S. let a balloon fly over their whole country. That should have never been allowed to happen. That should have never been allowed to happen. The only reason why that happened, I'll just be honest with you all, that president at that time was asleep or something, and the balloon just started flying over, and some people in the military decided, you know what, he's asleep and stuff, he doesn't even know where he is, so we're just not going to tell him, and we're just going to let this thing keep flying over and not make an issue out of it. That's what happened back then. Shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have happened at all, because that was an absolute embarrassment that a Chinese balloon was allowed to fly all the way across the lower 48 states with no one stopping it, and that shouldn't have happened. We were back in the day railing on this channel about why in the world the U.S. would let a Chinese balloon fly all the way across the United States without any sort of approval. The thing was violating our airspace clear as day, and we should have shot it down. I know we didn't, and that was a huge mistake, but looking at that still today, we should not have that as a set precedent where we go, oh, well, since the U.S. let a balloon fly over our country, we should just let everything pass these days. Our skies are our skies. American skies are for American aircraft, or for international aircraft that we have approved to fly through our airspace. European skies are for European aircraft, or aircraft that have been allowed internationally to fly through their airspace. Anything that is not permitted in the airspace should be shot down without any further delay whatsoever. And I would say that that should be the precedent that's been set out in Europe and should be followed to the letter. Any airspace violations of any type by any unidentified flying aircraft aircraft should be met with armed fire from the ground or armed fire from an air force, and that craft should be immediately shot down as an example to the rest that there will be no unauthorized flights through NATO airspace in any circumstances. But outside of that, a lot of people have been weighing in their opinions on why in the world these airspace closures and drone incursions simultaneously are ramping up. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the question is, why is this ramping up? Because we had previously seen this pretty frequently about a month ago, and it seems like whoever is behind these drone incursions is really stepping up the frequency yet again, which I would assume it's Russia. It seems like Belgium's saying it's Russia, and obviously common sense would tell you that most likely it's Russia, considering that they're literally about to go to war with NATO. So why are they ramping it up? And 66% said Russia is getting more desperate because they're running out of money and all kinds of other aspects, while 20% said Putin is taking revenge against NATO for recent aggressions, and 6% said it's not Russia, it's probably someone else launching these drones. So I would say personally, like I sort of alluded to a minute ago, I'm pretty sure it's Russia. I'm not really sure who else it would be. Maybe it could be China, but at the same time though, Russia has more of a reason to do this than China does, and also they're closer to the region. So naturally it seems like it would be Russia. And I would say, generally speaking, Putin it's probably honestly a mix of both. Putin wants to take revenge against NATO because recently the U.S. president has taken a strong stance against Putin, which is a very welcome change, by the way. And also, Russia is definitely getting more desperate. Their economy is hurting, and we're even hearing about more layoffs inside of Russia. And also, obviously, we heard yesterday their Cosmodrome that launches their missiles had the power cut off to it. So that shows you they're extremely desperate. So I think all this is a sign that Russia's having a very hard time, and they're lashing out the only way they know how, which is to escalate. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that this is definitely a sign that the Russians are getting more desperate as the war keeps going, and also the additional sanctions and the lack of purchase orders are starting to literally kill their economy. They're trying to find ways to disrupt and cause as much damage in Europe without going into a direct war at this point. And so for that reason, that's why we're seeing that these drone incursions are ending up happening quite literally daily at this point, and they're starting to cause massive disruptions and closures wherever the drones appear. So I would generally say that this is Russia's attempt at implementing some form of their own sanctions in a way against NATO and causing significant economic damage to their own degree without going directly to war to be able to cause it. That would be generally my opinion as to why they're doing this at this point, is to try and get a little bit more creative in their act of desperation to cause damage to the West in some way, shape, or form. But I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And on top of that, while all of that was going on in Europe today, we have been able to hear of another significant crisis that is evolving elsewhere. And this one's actually pretty wild. One that it doesn't really fit within war news, but it is one that does fit within major world news because this is the first of its type that we've ever heard of. And this is going to be moving us down into the Islamic Republic of Tehran, or more so, Iran. Tehran's about to be removed from the picture here in a minute, so it might as well remove that from your memory that this city ever existed. But the city of Tehran is the largest city within the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's right here. Very big city. We've covered it millions of times on this channel. Oh, don't y'all remember, just to have a little walk down memory lane, all of the Israeli bombs that landed in the Lavazan neighborhood as well as in the Sharaki Naft neighborhoods? Don't y'all remember those? And don't y'all remember all the bombs that ended up hitting the Shafran oil depot here on the northern side of the city? And don't y'all remember all of those bombs that hit around District 22 and the power plant around here? And all of the bombs that hit up in Karaj? And all of the bombs who hit all the critical buildings within Tehran, and all of the drone bombings, and let's see, what else was it? The Spike ATGM attacks that the Mossad was conducting and killing top officials left and right across the city, and the high-speed police chases that happened in the streets of Tehran. Oh, we remember Tehran fondly here on this channel. We remember that as the good old days, back when Tehran was on the news every single night here on this channel in the midst of the 12-Day War. But Tehran's time in the sun is going to be coming to an end here in a little bit. Many of y'all have been hearing, at least intermittently on this channel, about the water shortages that have been plaguing the Islamic Republic of Iran, and particularly the city of Tehran. So to give you all a little bit of a background, Tehran sits in the middle of a desert, and there's not a lot that grows there. And there's also not a lot of water that's available inside of the desert. So, because of that, there's no major river that supports the city. So for that reason, everyone started to tunnel underground to get access to the groundwater. And that's what the city of Tehran has been using for its water supply, is the groundwater. Now, that's been going on for decades. And decades of groundwater usage, especially to the tunes of millions of people overhead, it doesn't really do too well. They start to run out of water, and they have run out of water. So, the Iranian government today has announced that they will have to evacuate the entirety of Tehran. The Iranian President Pezeshkian has stated that Tehran may soon have to evacuate due to a deteriorating water crisis, stating that water rationing will start soon. Not a single millimeter of rain has dropped in Tehran province since September, and Tehran's water dams reserves are down to 5%, meaning that they are already out of water pretty much right now. Now, this is something that's a little bit big, because the city of Tehran's population, and let me go pull this up for y'all, it's not small. It is about 9.3 million people. So this is about the population, a little bit larger as a matter of fact, than the city of London, metropolitan area, or the city of New York and its 5 boroughs. It's about larger than that. So it's a large amount of people that they're going to have to start evacuating out of Tehran. I really don't know how in the world they're even going to move 9.4 million people. That usually would be considered almost outside of anyone's possible measure or ability to move 10 million people, nearly, from a single city and elsewhere across the country.
Especially that government, the Iranian government's top tier incompetent. So, that's a monumental task for a competent government. But put in the hands of these clowns that run around that literally can't even manage themselves, it's not going anywhere. Honestly, when I heard this earlier today, first of all, I was not very shocked because the water crisis has been getting worse in Iran for many months now. But when I heard it, I was thinking, there is no way that the Iranian government's going to stay behind and try to manage an entire evacuation of a city that large. First of all, they're not capable, and number two, they're not going to give a damn. What they're basically saying is the Iranian government is going to evacuate themselves, and everybody else is going to be left for dead. That's basically what they're saying.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they're saying at this point. I don't really know. Like, to be honest with y'all folks, moving 9.4 million people is practically impossible, at least for a government to be able to do it and generally control the situation. Here's why. All these people have to find a new house. So the government has to find the money somewhere to be able to build enough buildings to house 9.4 million people that are going to be relocated. The expense of that alone is going to be exorbitant. Not only that, transporting people alone is an incredibly expensive process, especially when you're having to forcibly relocate them and the Iranian government would be the one footing the bill. Forcibly relocating 9.4 million people is going to be insanely expensive. Then on top of that, wherever they move all these people to, which I guess they'd scatter them out across the whole of the country, then they are also going to have to find new jobs. And there's obviously not a lot of jobs throughout most of the Islamic Republic of Iran to just support the exodus of 9.4 million people to multiple different places across the country. Most of those people are never going to find a job. So they're all going to end up broken inside of the slums pretty much at that point, and then it's going to worsen the situation everywhere around the country. Then another problem here is that these people may not mesh with the cities that they're relocated to. And that could start to cause cultural issues, because the Tehranian people may be different than the people of the city of Tabriz or Isfahan. You can kind of see that in America. Whenever anyone from one state moves to another and there seems to be a general culture or political difference, there starts to be a decent amount of tension between those two groups. And the very same thing happens in every single country, especially when we're talking about the movement of a people this large in number. So basically, these people are absolutely screwed. There really is no way to move them. And on top of that, the water's running out where they are, so a large number of these people are probably going to be dying of thirst if the government cannot afford to move them, and they're forced to move entirely on their own expense and funds. So, with that in mind, a lot of people have been talking about what in the world should be done with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Matthew's actually asked y'all the big question, should the West assist? And I'd have to say that the concept of that is a fairly interesting one. But Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so let's get a little bit philosophical here, because obviously the West is enemies with Iran, and Iran is a sworn enemy of the United States. So helping an enemy, that's the big philosophical question. If an enemy state like Iran lets their civilians get into a spot that is so dastardly like this one, where literally the civilians could dehydrate if someone does not assist, what do you do in that scenario? Do you help out the enemy to save the civilians, or do you let them suffer and just let basically nature be nature? That's basically the big question right now. So 45% said no, let Iran suffer in their misery, while 32% said yes, this is a strategic opportunity to basically get some sort of leverage over Iran, and 15% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And this one's a bit tricky, I will admit, because if you help Iran, what you're basically doing is you're helping to keep the current government in power, but at the same time, you are also being a saint by helping the civilians, which are innocent, or at least some of them are, inside of Iran. So this one's so tricky. It's hard to even really get into it, because on the one hand, if you say let Iran suffer, that's pretty hardcore, because the civilians that are there are not necessarily supporting the regime. They're innocent civilians that are simply trying to live their life, and you're kind of sentencing them to death because the Iranian government is incompetent and they're not able to handle this. If you say, on the other hand, that we should help Iran, first of all, I think Iran is going to probably reject the help, number one. And number two, even if they did accept it, it's basically giving Iran a free pass when we basically had an opportunity to let the people maybe rise up against the Iranian government, because they're getting so thirsty that they have no choice but to rise up. So I don't know. I'm with the 15%. I'm kind of 50-50 on this one. It's a tricky one. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say I would be with the 33%. This is a strategic opportunity, and I'll explain to y'all how I would do it and how we would work it. Because when we're talking about foreign policy, we all have to remember that foreign policy is a nasty business. And a lot of y'all are thinking, well, clearly helping them is not a nasty deal. Why in the world would you say that? Well, you're about to hear what would be involved in this. So clearly the Iranian government is going to mismanage this whole situation. We all know that. And we're not going to offer them assistance until the very last minute. So they're going to mismanage it. And people are going to start dying of thirst inside of Tehran. You know, a couple of hundred at a time, a couple of thousand after that a day. And then once that starts to happen for about a couple of weeks, we'll step in and we'll make it the biggest international offer that we can make it. It's going to be broadcast on every channel. Hell, we are going to have our ambassadors to every country around the world go and broadcast it to each and every country around the world, that the United States is extending an official offer of humanitarian assistance and aid in the hour and time of suffering of the Iranian people at the hands of the Iranian government. We will help them, and we will try and stop the dying of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people from the complete lack of water in the city of Tehran. Now, this is what's going to happen. The Iranian people are already going to be incredibly angry at their government due to the lack of water, which will be construed as government mismanagement and incompetence. And then they will also hear that the U.S. government, while thousands of them are dying a day, is now offering assistance to Iran to help these people survive. Here's what the Iranian government is going to do, because they are as predictable as anything. They are going to refuse to help outright, because it's going to be a matter of pride for them at that point. The U.S. coming in and helping them out with a complete embarrassment of government mismanagement and actually assisting their enemy? Hell no, they would never accept that. So on top of that, folks, we come out looking not only like good Samaritans, we were even willing to help out our enemy. The Iranian government is going to refuse the offer and spit in the face of their own people, because they would rather watch them all die than get assistance from the United States. That's how that's going to go. That will piss off the Iranian people so much. We just turned a whole bunch of people into enemies of the Islamic Republic of Iran overnight and allies of the United States, because they would obviously know at that point that the Iranian government doesn't have their best interests in mind at all, even when they're dying in the streets by the hundreds at that point because there's no water. That is how you play the game here. That sounds a little brutal, but the situation is going to be brutal nonetheless, and they're going to refuse our help anyways. So we might as well structure the situation to where we come out looking the best from it, and on top of that, we end up turning a whole bunch of people in Iran against the Islamic Republic of Iran and its government, and maybe even spurn a faster government overthrow at that point than expected.
That would be a good way to do it. That would set the Iranian government up to look really, really bad, because it would make us look good, like you were mentioning. The U.S. would look like a saint because, you know, helping your enemy out, that's like the ultimate form of altruism, is saying, okay, we'll put aside our differences, even though Iran literally says death to America. We'll put that aside for a minute because we're such a good people, and we'll offer help to save the civilians. Sounds good, but Iran is going to reject that. Like, I can almost guarantee you they would reject that. And that's okay. That's okay. But because, like you're saying, it's going to spur the people in Iran. If they have any type of spine in them whatsoever, they will get mad over that because they're going to start dehydrating, and naturally instincts kick in, and people are going to start lashing out because otherwise their alternative is they die of thirst. So it's going to be a bad situation. But I think the Iranian government, this water crisis could end up being something that ends up threatening the power of the entire Iranian regime. It could be something that really leads to something that severe.
Yeah, it could be. It's a bad situation. And I see some people saying some stuff like, well, everyone in Iran hates us. Look, folks, it's hard to hate someone when they're sitting there giving you humanitarian aid. I mean, if the Iranians somehow did accept the offer, think about how that makes us look. Like, how does America look at that point? We are so about, and also I'll put it this way, folks. Let me give it to y'all the honest way. We are so ahead of the Islamic Republic of Iran, it doesn't even matter if we did help them. We would beat their ass any day. I would go over there and give them a sip of water and a little bite to eat, and then next week I'll go in there and beat all their asses. Like, if I was the President of the United States, I would give the order for the military to go in. If the Iranian government kept going too far, that's what I'd do. I would rather beat them on a nice level foot. Let them have a little snack, sit under an umbrella, have a little sandwich and a little cup of water. We'll go over there and we'll still beat them. That's just how it'll work. And that's how it always will be. So I'd rather say, folks, that I would make sure to present a good side ahead of us. And also on top of that, another thing is, folks, is that us giving aid even to our enemies is a very good look, especially when it comes to our other adversaries around the world, because they'll sit there and go, like with India, dang, would China do that for us if we were in that kind of a situation? And the answer would be no. And then they would go, would the U.S. help us if we were in that kind of a situation? The answer would most likely be yeah. So then India would start to go, maybe we ought to distance ourselves from the Chinese. And then we start to get a whole bunch of other people that are kind of in the middle of the road. They start going, dang, the United States actually does look like a great ally to have. They look pretty solid. They'll even help out their enemies in a desperate situation just for the sake of the people. That's a country that you would want to be allied with, not a country that's going to, pretty much salt your fields and kill everyone if they get the chance. So generally...
And also, another thing is as well, you could try to use it as a bargaining chip. Now, obviously, you can't bargain too much because the civilians are at risk of all dying of thirst. But you could try to bargain, let's say, for desalination equipment, because that's one way to start solving the water crisis, is to give them desalination equipment to convert the seawater into drinkable water. So that's an option. But you could say to Iran, look, we'll give you this equipment to help your civilians out, mainly just because we're humanitarian oriented. But you first of all must agree to X, Y, and Z with your nukes, or at least let us inspect things, or get some type of leverage over them based on that. They might agree to it, or they might not. Probably not, but it would be worth a shot.
Yeah, it would be worth a shot. I think really the only good could come out of us trying to be altruistic or looking humanitarian. Only good can come out of it. And also on top of that, folks, we have to think about the kind of brownie points that wins us with our allies. Because at the same time, we're also still playing a game of keeping our allies within our favor as well. And think about the whole of Europe watching the United States offer one of our sworn enemies, an enemy of the Republic, with any sort of humanitarian aid in a situation of need like that. That makes them think, wow, we have a great ally. I mean, they are quite humanitarian to a fault. And that's a kind of a country that you would want to be friends with. And that's the kind of country that later on down the road, even just a few months later, if you sit there and say, we're going to have to now go down there and invade them and overthrow their government, a lot of people in Europe at that point would go, well, I mean, they were humanitarian enough to help them out a while ago. If they were needing to go to war and invade Iran and they want us to go with them, there's got to be a point. So that's generally how I would see it. Yeah, some people may not see it that way, but I will say this, folks, for the folks who don't see it that way, when we are extremely unforgiving, it does not turn out too well. And I know that a lot of people would sit there and go, give them nothing. And I definitely get what y'all are saying with that, because I do not like the Islamic Republic of Iran myself. I absolutely despise them. But let me tell you all a little story. I'm going to give you a little story from a little time ago in history. It wasn't too long ago. At the end of World War II, there were two sides that Germany was split into: the Soviet occupation zone and the Allied occupation zone, which was comprised of Britain, France, and the United States. The Soviet Union decided that they were going to punish the Germans in East Germany for being Nazis during the war. And they gave them absolutely no economic assistance, hardly any help, and pretty much put them down. The Soviet army was permanently stationed in East Germany throughout the entirety of the Cold War after 1945 and up until 1991 for the larger part. Well, really more so 1989. On the other hand, the Allies decided instead, even knowing that a large amount of the German population at that time was Nazi, we weren't going to punish them. We were going to help them, and we were going to give them stuff. We were going to give them money, we were going to give them investments, we were going to give them goods and raw materials to rebuild their country with. Watch how that story unfolded through the whole Cold War. The Soviets punished the East Germans, and they punished them so badly, they ended up turning a lot of East Germans into capitalist believers and defectors that defected over here to West Germany. On the other hand, in West Germany, they had an unbounded economic miracle that not only brought Germany out of the clutches of defeat and absolute despotism, but turned a lot of diehard Nazis around that were still living inside of Germany during that time. And a lot of people actually thought, in Germany even still at that point, that the Nazi government had a point. Because everyone sat there and went, how in the world could we say that the Nazi government ever had a point when the enemy of the Nazi government, the United States, Britain, and France, has sat here and not only helped us to rebuild our country, but has made it wildly prosperous and flourish? There's no way that we could say that they even had a point. That's a way that you end up winning. It's generally called a hearts and minds campaign in short, but it was a quite successful campaign nonetheless, and it's always been proven to work in large areas around the world. But still, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And,
also, I want to add this before we move on. One thing I see, I understand where people are coming from, by the way. I'm not saying it's absurd. In fact, it probably leans toward more the sensible side of people saying we should not help Iran under any circumstances just because it's basically enabling the government. But the catch is, though, here's the reality of it, folks. If we don't step in, because I think we can all agree that Iran is incapable of solving the crisis. They are too incompetent and they don't have the resources, and also they're just not equipped to handle it because they're idiots. So if we don't step in, the civilians are going to start dying of thirst. And among those civilians are children and women. So, everybody says, let's not help Iran now. But once you start seeing the streets full of dying children because they're dying of thirst, at that point, it doesn't matter what you feel about the Iranian regime. Most people will change their minds once they see that suffering, because there's very few people that will see those children suffering like that and simply say, oh, screw them. Most people will turn around and say, well, we can't let that happen. That is horrendous what's happening there. It's atrocious, and we got to help. That's what most people would say. So I think once the reality struck of that situation, a lot of people would change their minds. That's why I'm kind of saying what I'm saying now about maybe we should at least consider some form of help, because we don't want to be so cruel to let the children and women and everybody else just start dying off en masse. That would be a hell of a situation.
Yeah, it would be. And I see some people saying some other stuff about this, saying it's a bad idea. Some people are saying that it's a bad idea because they're Islamic, and Islamic peoples will never appreciate anyone from the West giving them anything. And I would disagree. I would disagree quite heavily on that, because if you look at any Islamic country inside of the Middle East that at one point generally did not like the United States, they like us now, or they at least are indifferent to us. Look at Iraq. I mean, the Iraqi government is an indifferent government to us. As a matter of fact, they somewhat lean in our favor because U.S. forces are still stationed inside their country by their allowance, not because we want to be there.